Chapter 1888. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:49 and 24 seconds a.m. Chapter 1888. Do you think? If audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. James seemed to unleash decades of frustration all at once. Everywhere he passed, only destruction was left in his wake. From looking at him, one would never think that he was born with a defensive ability index. He manipulated his energy shields as though they were weapons and armors integrated into one, blocking all attacks that rained down on him, all while suffocating his enemies with an oppressive attack volley. A cloud race man appeared to his side, punching with a deathly momentum. However, James struck out with just a single palm, a dense energy coating the skin of his hand, dispelling the enemy's power and sending back with more than double the strength once his own power was added to it. The cloud race man's forearm splintered like wood, and yet James didn't seem to want to let him retreat. Taking another step forward, he clawed out with the same hand, swiping down at the air with a crimson gaze and a deathly momentum. Bang! 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 3 heavy energy shields fell from the air like steel plates. The cloud race man hurriedly retreated, avoiding the first and just barely escaping the fate of having his body cut in half along his shoulders. But even so, he was a step slow. This resulted in his extended arm being cut off at the elbow. The second heavy energy shield fell as the man continued to retreat, but he was a step slow once again, causing his arm to be severed at his shoulder. The third heavy energy shield was too fast. The cloud race man froze, his body shuddering just once before he fell down in 2 halves. How dare Dash? James had already turned to a new enemy. With a grip of his fists, his 3 heavy energy shields fused into one, forming a wall thicker than a back vault that he sent flying forward with a violent momentum. Many of the cloud race managed to dodge, but 2 failed. It was as though they had just been rammed by a heavy truck, their bodies bursting into a cloud of blood, disregarding their defenses as though they weren't there at all. For some reason, scanning James was useless. They tried again and again, but they found their attempts blocked and then blocked again. It was only at this point that they realized that James' energy shield ability index had gone beyond just blocking the physical. He could protect himself even from attacks that couldn't be seen clearly with the eyes. The current James stood as close to Tier 5 of his ability index as one could get without being a savant. In all these years, without friends, and with nothing more than battling for his family on his mind, his skill had reached an impossible height. And now that he was enraged, they would have a true front row seat. Bang! James descended with a heavy stomp, crushing everything in his path. He crossed through the courtyard with speed, agility, and ferocity. Eventually, the cloud race realized they had no ability to deal with him and tried to run, but this was the absolute worst decision they could make. When it came to restriction and control, how many could be much better than one wielded an energy shield ability index? With a thought, the entire courtyard was enveloped in an impenetrable shield. The cloud race tried pounding at it to escape, but they had already scattered, trying to force James to chase them individually. However, that only made them easier to pick off. They tried to attack the barrier again, but this time they found that it became soft and spongy. Their fists and weapons were embedded within, and it felt as though they had struck at clouds. They tried to pull their strikes back, but the barrier suddenly surged forward like jelly, wrapping around them. Samoa screamed and waved her hand wildly, but there was nothing she could do as the wild energy continued to snake around her, coating her as though she was falling into quicksand. The harder she struggled, the further she sunk into it. Soon, the remaining cloud race members found themselves coated from head to toe. Although they weren't injured, they were all smart enough to know that this was the absolute worst-case scenario. With things like this, they were truly finished. James looked at them coldly. His gaze shifted until it landed on Samoa. I hope you have a fun time giggling in the afterlife. James squeezed his fist just once, and the cloud race individuals only had a chance to screech once before their bodies were crushed. They died hardly able to fight back at all. James finally turned back, still fuming. Killing them couldn't seem to get rid of his frustration, But when he looked back to find his father calmly sitting within the energy shield he had trapped him within, all of that rage seemed to dissipate. For some reason, he couldn't find it in himself to stay enraged. With a wave of his hand, James released his father. He never had the heart to kill his own father. He had only trapped him so that he wouldn't interfere. Governor Duke Bennett didn't say anything immediately after being released. He looked at his son for a long time before shaking his head. It doesn't matter. A man needs to vent his emotions sometimes, but it's good that you've regained your calm. This shouldn't be too big of a problem, since you made sure that none of them escaped. We will just blame their deaths on the Ascension Empire, and everything will be dash. James frowned. Dad, siding with the cloud race is too far. Governor Duke Bennett looked up calmly. Excuse me. James took a deep breath. I said siding with the cloud race is too far. They don't have our best interests at heart. If Earth is taken by them, the only eighth-dimensional world in the human domain will no longer be under our control. In that situation, won't we still be slaves? But this time, we'll be slaving for someone who treats us as nothing more than ants and have a great amount of prejudice against us. Governor Duke Bennett's expression turned cold, and a stern and powerful voice came out from him. Do you think I need you to tell me how to do things? Chapter 1889, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:49 and 6 seconds a.m. Chapter 1889. Go if audio player doesn't work. Press stop then play button again. James was startled for a moment before he lowered his head. Things weren't much different from what they always had been. He was too used to this. Wherever there are people, there will always be in groups and outgroups. Even when there are no tiers of separation, people will find them. If it's not race, it will be skin tone. If it's not skin tone, it will be culture. If it's not culture, it will be wealth. Even if there are two groups of people, both of the same race, with the same skin tone, the same culture, the same wealth, people might try to separate themselves based on who is a nouveau riche and who comes from old money, or on who is born in the north of the city versus the south, or on what gods they choose to follow, or what foods they like to eat most. When you sit here and try to lecture me on what the cloud race may or may not do, or on how they may or may not treat us, do you know how absolutely foolish you sound? Even the Ascension Empire was forced to use the Slayer Legion as a scapegoat to maintain peace for decades, because there can never be true peace. Even when such a thing is achieved, it will only be a fleeting moment from vanishing. It only takes one man's greed, one wife's dissatisfaction, one child's grievance. This is the nature of life, of evolution. Do you know why you can stand here and listen to this lecture from me? It's because you hold power. They infuriated you, so you slaughtered them and they could say nothing about it. Do you know why they tolerated my questioning them? It was because I provide them with resources they need, power they need, connections they need. Who cares whether they share our race or not? Can you provide them value or not? Did the Ascension Empire care when your grandfather was schemed against by the Luem family and lost our Governor Duke position? Were we not fellow humans? Further than that, did we not share the same status, the same wealth, the same nobility? Even further than that, did we not bleed for the Fox family? Did we not lose brothers and sisters for the Fox family? Did we not help them to build their empire to what it is now? The more Governor Duke Bennett spoke, the louder he seemed to become, and the further his son's head seemed to lower. Did we not meet all the criteria you think to be so important, and even surpass them? And yet we were thrown to the side. For what? The reason is very simple. We weren't useful enough. Others were more valuable. Your grandfather trusted the wrong people, and he suffered for it. In this world, you can trust no one but yourself. There are no goals that are worth more or are more valuable than your own. There is no friendship worth your aspirations. The only people you can trust is family, and that's not because of some bullshit reason like love. I have an investment in you because you are my seed. I invested in your growth, I protected you, and now you are the greatest weapon this family has. Do you understand me? Governor Duke Bennett's voice boomed. James' head remained lowered, and he didn't answer immediately. When he did speak, he asked a question that weighed on him heavily. Doesn't that mean if there was ever a reward worth more than your investment in me and better than what I can provide you in the future, you would sacrifice me as well? Look at me. Governor Duke Bennett said coldly. James slowly raised his head. When Governor Duke Bennett saw his son's crimson gaze, his own narrowed, but he still looked forward without flinching. Yes, I would, Governor Duke Bennett said just as coldly. And I hope that if you see an opportunity to progress the Bennett family forward, you would sacrifice me as well. However, this lashing out and losing your temper isn't the way. You're never going to get anywhere like this. James looked at his father, the crimson in his gaze slowly fading. His lips separated slightly, but no sound came out for a long while, until he finally managed to push it out. Don't you feel lonely? Governor Duke Bennett's expression seemed to change for the first time. Inwardly, his heart raced, and it took several moments before it returned to normal. Men with heavy weights on their shoulders have no right to feel such emotions. You are cut from almost the same cloth as me, James. You don't fall easily for women, no matter how pretty they are. You aren't good at academics, but you are able to focus on what you are good at with great ease. When you feel emotionally drained, you vent for only a moment before you regain control and put your nose to the grindstone once again. Your only weakness was that Lionel, but that couldn't be helped. He's more perfect for this sort of life than you are. His ability to sever emotions is beyond mine. His ability to focus is beyond the both of us. And he has no holes in either his emotional or raw intelligence. Staying near him, you stood no chance. Your separation was necessary. It was the only way for you to grow into your own without being suppressed within his shadow. Governor Duke Bennett looked into the skies. There is no fairness in this world. This is why you must take my words to heart. It's even more apparent when it comes to things like talent. You must be willing to do things others aren't if you want to succeed. Governor Duke Bennett fell into complete silence. Go, Governor Duke Bennett suddenly said. James' brows shot up, seemingly feeling that there was something different about his father's words. I can see that you don't believe in me the same way anymore. There's no use in keeping you here. Things might be fine for now, but in a year or two, you'll finally cross a point of no return. Also, judging by how easily you killed those Cloud Race members, I have a feeling they've long since overestimated themselves. Your leaving is probably the only way to save the Bennett family at this point. Governor Duke Bennett continued to look into the skies, seemingly seeing Lionel's face within the complex runes of the dome of white gold above them. He remembered that night he first met Lionel. He was beaten and ragged, facing off against an entire fort and having just lost his girlfriend as a teenage boy, and yet still sharp enough to see through a ruse planned by his best friend of over a decade. In that sort of situation, Governor Duke Bennett was certain that even he wouldn't have the ability to stay so clear-headed, even given his long life and wealth of experience. That sort of sharpness wasn't something you could teach. He couldn't help but wonder if Lionel had expected this to happen too. Chapter 1890, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:49 and 5 seconds a.m. Chapter 1890. Blackened, what if audio player doesn't work? Press stop, then play button again. Lionel looked down at his beaten and ragged spear, taking a breath and exhaling. As he had expected, his speed of clearing these hurdles had increased exponentially with the help of Purina's treasure. But what he hadn't expected was to end up locked in such a battle not long after seemingly bright skies had opened up to him. Before Lionel, a twin-horned demon stood before him. Well, it only had one horn remaining, the other having been cut off by Lionel and sent spiraling into a tree in the distance. Well, several trees. Whatever that horn had been made out of, it was so sharp and sturdy that it wasn't satisfied until it had razed thousands of acres of land to the ground. As best Lionel could tell, this person was probably a fiend-class demon, or close to it. Compared to the other geniuses Lionel had fought, this one was probably the most difficult up until this point, because his body was so exceptional. While the strength of Lionel's body came from his lineage factors and had been mostly stripped from him, the strength of a demon was innate to their flesh and blood. Facing this genius of the demon race, Lionel had no advantage despite having cleared hundreds more territories. Let alone not having an advantage, he was faintly losing and was somewhat inferior. What was the most infuriating was that outside of his horn, every other part of this fiend demon's regeneration was top class, another very innate part of its being. Lionel had never felt the unfairness of the tribulation more clearly than he did now. Even so, Lionel's skill with the spear was more than just one step above this demon that called himself Kaldar. As such, he had been able to corner the latter several times, but to no avail. The demon hadn't spoken a single word, but his tenacity was all too clear and obvious, and his stamina was seemingly no weaker than Lionel's. Lionel glided backward, taking one more deep breath before his body stabilized entirely. He met the eerie yellow gaze of the demon, who stood an entire meter taller than himself without the slightest hint of fear. He looked down at his spear one more time before shaking his head and throwing it to the side and unsheathing the base spear that had already grown to the point of nearly crossing into the gold grade. Unfortunately, while the basic spear could repair from damage, treasure spears and armors could not. Now that the lance spear had run its course, Lionel had no choice but to let it go, and with it, he lost access to Knight's charge. Lionel's wrist flexed, his forearm waving once. The strength of this brandishing was so fierce that the spear tip swayed wildly from side to side, the rigid polearm moving as though it was instead a wet noodle. The spear blade moved almost hypnotically, swaying with a quick rhythm that made it quick and unpredictable. Even so, the fiend demon didn't move a single inch. He had no way of knowing that Lionel's knight's charge ability came from a spear he had just thrown to the side. But what he did know was that even without Knight's charge, Lionel's agility was beyond his own. In that case, he would stand in place and let Lionel come to him. Lionel suddenly thrust forward, his spear whipping through the air and its blade vanishing into a cascade of blinding gold lights. "It'll grind you down until you have nothing left to give," Lionel spoke resolutely. The fiend demon once again didn't respond, but a hint of solemnness touched his yellow gaze as he brandished his own spear to block. Aina might as well have been a mirror image of Lionel on the battlefield. Although one faced one enemy, while the other faced many, their ferocity could only be said to be identical. Many had thought that she would tire by now, but it eventually became quite obvious that she was far too confident in her own battle sense to make such a foolish mistake. Near the back of the battlefield, Harmony fought as well. She was more of a reserve unit, prepared to act as a trump card when the situation dictated it, but she was beginning to feel as though she was entirely unneeded. At the same time, her internal fear for this woman was growing with every second. It was easy to not notice just how brutal Aina was being. When lives were severed with just a single swing of her battle axe, it was easy to become numb to it. However, the screams, the panic, the palpable fear that was slowly condensing in the air was quickly increasing to the point that it was suffocating. As more and more powerful enemies faced off against Aina, the brutality only became more clear. Soon, they realized that maybe it would have been a blessing to be weaker. At least then, the torture would have ended immediately. She severed arms, stomped through chests, crushed windpipes. There was even a warrior who suffered the fate of having their ribcage pulled apart and their hearts ripped out from their chest. Aina had cut into this warrior's right shoulder with her battle axe. When she failed to go all the way through, she punched into the left of the warrior's chest, ripping his chest open by pulling her hand and axe apart. As though she wasn't satisfied with the result, before this warrior could even fall to the floor, she ripped his heart out, the spurt of blood coating her armor and droplets dotting across her cheeks and face. The more the Brazinger family saw, the more shaken they became. It couldn't have been more obvious that her target from the very beginning was them, and very soon, the only one separating them from severing their head was Galerin, and obviously Galerin had no intention of stopping her. Aina's golden gaze shone like two radiant stars as she slammed the butt of her polearm into the dirt. She passed by little Nana without a single word, seemingly not worried that the latter would attack her. She looked forward in silence, her aura climbing with every passing second. A long way to her back, dozens of rotating blood roses continued to shred a path through the battlefield almost without her input at all. No one knew why Aina had stopped until her spatial ring glowed. One after another, she took out stakes. Each one was carved of a blackened wood and stood at exactly 9 meters tall and were just about 2 feet thick. It wasn't obvious at first, but the Brazingers shuddered when they saw it. Every time Aina's palm touched this seemingly simple wood, another layer of her skin would be burnt off, droplets of blood falling and the smell of rotting flesh wafting into the air. Chapter 1891, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:49 and 1 second a.m. Chapter 1891. Blackwood, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Oh? You recognize these? Aina asked softly. I guess you would, right? She took her time to stake the wooden pillars into the ground. Every time she touched it, and another layer of her skin fell to the ground, rotten and sizzling, the Brazingers would flinch again. They couldn't even feel Aina's earlier rage, and yet this silence felt so much more oppressive, the heaviness of it all gripping at their throats and pressing down. They called this Blackwood, a simple name, quite short, succinct. I guess its history speaks for itself. The calmness in Aina's voice was eerie. They had heard too much about this supposed Blackwood, enough to know that most wouldn't dare to even try to handle it without specialized equipment, and that went for experts that surpassed even the 7th dimension. Just looking at the ground, they were pierced into told a story of 1,000 words. Black veins pulsed into the soil, drying and cracking the land as though a curse was slowly spreading through it. This didn't seem to stop until the phenomena had stretched over 10 meters from the location of the pillars of Blackwood. Look at you all, already in the 6th dimension, and yet so afraid of this wood. It doesn't move, it doesn't bite, and yet you mighty Brazingers can't look at it without shivering. I wonder how you'd react if you were in the 3rd dimension like my mother. Raffer felt his heart leapt into his throat. Not long ago, he had been planning on making Lionel pay for simply being associated with Aina, a stain on their family. And yet, now standing before the woman herself, he couldn't seem to even look her in the eye. Who knows? Aina continued. Maybe it wouldn't matter much. I heard that this wood had very unique properties. Regardless of who touches it, the suffering is the exact same. It never speeds up or slows down, always moving at its own pace. I honestly planned on using this on the woman and the executioners who acted that day, but I think I've changed my mind. My man showed me a better way. Your entire family is rotten to the core. It would be better if you all rotted for an eternity together, don't you think? Aina lowered her hand from the tree, the rotting flesh on the palm of her hand not moving her in the slightest. This was a sort of pain that she had dealt with every moment of every day, and let alone her hands, it had appeared on her face, just to avoid having to deal with it. For much of her youth, she wore a thin mask over her face, masking much of it. It wasn't until she gained Lionel's cleansing waters did that horrible, unbearable pain lessen, but by then it had already been almost 2 decades. To her, this was absolutely nothing, and seeing the fear on the faces of the so-called Brazinger geniuses before her, she only felt more disdain and disgust. Her mother had been nothing more than a normal woman, a frail woman without any sort of special bloodlines or abilities, a common woman of the 3rd dimension, and yet they had tied her to this pillar entirely in the nude. Aina's father had never described how it had happened, but Aina had enough knowledge now to understand exactly what would have happened. Beaten and ragged, humiliated and stripped, her mother was strapped to one of these pillars back first after her head was shaved entirely bald, leaving nothing between her and the Blackwood outside of the special cushion between her skull and the pillar. The Blackwood's curse would slowly slip onto the fair skin of her back, eating away at it slowly. It would make it sizzle and crack, a sick burning sensation piercing in her very soul as it peeled away layer by layer. By the time it got to her muscles and fat beneath, the curse would have already started eating away at the front of her body like a slowly burning flame, just taking off one layer at a time until she was nothing but a husk of bleeding flesh. The Blackwood wouldn't sense this at all, only continuing to do its diligent work as it ate through her flesh, peeling away her muscles. Any normal third-dimensional existence would have already died by now. The shock would be too great, and the mortal human body could die, even to burns that were too severe, let alone having all of your skin systematically burn away by a cruel curse. However, this was the truly sickening ability of the black wood. The scent it created from rotting flesh could force lucidity and force one to stay alive. At the same time, because the blackwood didn't work on bone nor nerves, but only on unrelated flesh, even when there was no longer any flesh on Aina's mother's back, she was forced to continue suffering, her nerves and spine remaining perfectly intact. With the cushion between her skull and the pillar, the last thing to disappear was the intricacies of one's expression and the sound of one's voice. Everything from the horrified screeches of pain to the twisting of one's expression when sounds could no longer be made were laid out for the entertainment of those watching. When it was all finished, there would be nothing left but a skeleton, a bundle of nerves, and an intact brain. In that state, one couldn't see, nor touch, nor hear, nor smell. The only sense remaining was the eerie, cold breeze passing over your exposed nerves, back and forth, again and again. You were forced to endure in that state, trapped in your own mind, until the fumes of your own rotting flesh had dispersed enough that you could finally die. With fail, no matter what the strength of a person was, this would take exactly 99 days, no more, no less. Then, as though to add insult to injury, your skeleton would be beheaded, your bones ground to ash, and then stirred into the mortar that formed the execution platform. While Aina stood there calmly, recalling all of these matters without the slightest expression on her face, these thoughts continued to run through her head. She slowly picked up her battle axe, angling it forward toward the enemies before her. Come die. You four will be the first, and soon, it'll make the rest of you follow. Chapter 1892, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 58 seconds a.m. Chapter 1892. Momentum. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Raffer trembled, his body quaking. But when he saw his sister take a step forward, he felt his body relax before he felt a deep hint of shame. He talked big, but he actually didn't have as much courage as his sister, let alone as much talent. Sarathana shook her hand just once, and a mighty crimson glaive appeared. When she took another step forward, her feet were decidedly heavier, and yet her movements were no less agile. By the time her foot raised for a third time, a momentum had begun to build up, and she suddenly vanished, streaking across the battlefield. Bang! To Sarathana's shock, before her charge could reach its peak, Aina had already appeared before her, swinging down her battle axe. Seeing those expressionless golden irises, Sarathana felt her heart tremble. In just a single exchange, Sarathana was forced to take a step back, her wrists and forearms trembling. Her eyes widened. She had lost in raw strength to a halfling? Before she could think further about it, Aina's battle axe was already descending once again, the blade appearing by her neck as though it had teleported there. Sarathana hurriedly ducked and blocked with the polearm of her glaive. She gave herself just enough room to succeed in the second maneuver, but the strength of Aina's attack seemed to have increased. With her knees already bent, she was driven directly into the ground. The earth splintered and a crater was formed. Just the first impact formed a crater as wide as 3 meters from edge to edge and 3/4 of a meter deep on a 7th-dimensional world. But right then, with their blades still connected, Aina's eyes flashed and the veins along her forearms bulged. Bang! The crater expanded, the surge almost forcing Sarathana onto her back. Sister, Raffer, and the others couldn't stand idly any longer. They didn't even bother to look toward the other 3 family geniuses for help. They would only get ridiculed. Their family had kicked out a halfling and couldn't even properly control her. This was nothing short of a stain and humiliation on them. They would be lucky if the others didn't kick them while they were down, let alone help them. Aina casually kicked out, nailing Sarathana right in the chest and sending her flying into the distance. She came out like a speeding bullet, colliding with Barion before he could even get into a proper attack stance. The latter's forearm bones snapped on impact, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood, falling into a pile a distance away along with Sarathana. Aina could have killed Sarathan right then and there. A genius? She didn't even feel like Sarathana, who was supposedly just a step away from the seventh dimension, was even worth more than a single exchange with her. All Aina wanted to do was bury them, to force them into submission, and then to force them to experience the same things her mother had experienced all those years ago. She would make sure every Brazinger she got her hands on experienced the same thing. Raffer and the Dan appeared to her left and right with a fierce momentum. They knew that their lives were on the line, so they didn't hold anything back, crimson auras flourishing around the both of them. Aina's stance only shifted slightly, causing their blades to slip by the front and back of her. With one hand, she tapped 2 fingers upon Raffer's wrist. With her other hand, she twirled her battle axe, causing the butt to bypass Theoden's defenses and uppercut him squarely on the chin. Theoden's jaw shattered into countless pieces on contact. Raffer's sword-wielding hand plowed into the ground under Aina's touch, and he seemed to get off easy until Aina finished the twirl of her polearm, landing a hit on his shoulder blade from above that not only drove him further into the ground, but also shattered the bone into an even worse state than Theoden's jaw. In the distance, Sarathana unleashed a roar. Of them all, her injuries were the lightest only because of the armor that covered her chest. Her aura flourished, and her crimson aura quickly formed the silhouette and a valiant warrior. It grew and grew until it stood at over 10 meters tall and solidified into a mighty mass. Every move Sarathana made, it too made, boosting her strength to a great degree as she dashed forward. Aina looked at this ability expressionlessly. She tilted her head to just one side, seemingly not noticing Sarathana's rapid approach. The ability was somewhat interesting to her, and she felt that it wasn't an ability index. Instead, it should be a technique that stemmed from the Berserk God lineage factor. It should work like Aina observed it for what must have been only fractions of a second before her own crimson aura flourished, growing taller and taller until the point Sarathana felt so much despair she slowed her dead sprint, her feet dragging until they came to a stop with her looking straight up at a valiant Valkyrie. "I think I made it too big," Aina said lightly, words that made Sarathana's heart drop to the pits of her stomach. Even so, Aina's construct reached down, wrapping Sarathana's 10-meter-tall construct into a palm and squeezing. Sarathana shuddered, coughing up several mouthfuls of blood as her construct was shattered into pieces. She fell to her knees, her vision swimming. She realized then that she couldn't fight back. It was impossible. This woman was too strong. When she looked up, she found that Aina was already standing over her expressionlessly. Even when Aina pulled her up by the hair, there was nothing Sarathana could do, her entire body having reached its limits in a pathetic few exchanges. Aina pierced her battle axe into the ground, lifting Sarathana up by the hair with one hand and reaching for her armor with the other. Expressionlessly, Aina pulled, ignoring the injuries it caused Sarathana and ripping her armor off of her purposely. Sarathana grit her teeth in embarrassment, her chest being completely exposed to the world. "Stop! Stop! That's too much!" the naive and delicate voice of Nana called out. Even while being pinned down by Galarin, she couldn't seem to hold it in any longer. Chapter 1893, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 57 seconds a.m. Chapter 1893. Superiority and greatness. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Aina didn't seem to hear the words at all as she lifted Sarathana to eye level, almost as though she was picking up a chicken. She looked her right in the eyes as she gripped the waist of her pants, ripping them off as well. Sarathana closed her eyes, tears welling up within them. Even in the cruel environment of the Brazinger family, she had never experienced such humiliation. She felt herself be lowered, only to be dragged along the ground. Aina couldn't be bothered to waste the strength to keep her upright, pulling her along the graveled and bloodied grounds of the battlefield and toward the blackwood pillars. Nana felt both flustered and aimless. On the one hand, Sarathana wasn't a member of her family, and she also didn't know why Aina was so angry, though she had mentioned her mother. But on the other hand, she couldn't stand to see such a thing. But regardless of her feelings on the matter, she was worried about action Galerin might take without her here. Galerin also called Aina his niece-in-law, which must mean that Aina was Lionel's wife, and that only added another layer of complication. Nana really didn't want to have any conflict with Lionel. If Maya attacked, Nana might have a chance to take action, but the current state of things was actually positive in Maya's eyes. Right now, the greatest killing machine was occupied with a personal grudge, and although Aina's blood roses were still rotating on the battlefield, they were clearly less effective and weaker. Some had even been managed to be destroyed with some teamwork. Plus, she trusted her sons to defeat their enemies soon, and it didn't look like Noah and his helpers could hold out against Ellerin for much longer. The more Aina focused on this grudge of hers, the better chance they would stand. In the grand scheme, these few geniuses of the four great families were inconsequential. This was a battle of tens of thousands to hundreds of thousands. While someone of Aina's caliber or Nana's may be able to sway it, the others could not. Aina didn't seem to care about any of this at all as she lifted Sarathana up and began to tie her to the pillar. The moment her naked body touched the wood, a tragic scream left Sarathana's lips. It echoed over the battlefield, and her strength was very clear and apparent from its resonance. But Aina didn't even flinch in the face of it. With calm movements, she tied her back to it and placed a cushion behind her head with a gentleness that made it look as though she was laying her to bed. Without a word, Aina continued with the other three. Raffer tried to struggle, but it was completely useless. One after another, they were all put up, their tragic screams continuing to echo. As the screams continued, the morale of the Cloud Race army began to slowly plummet, an entirely unforeseen outcome by Maya. She began to regret her inaction, but it was much too late for that now. Far too late. Aina had already finished tying them up. The damage was done. However, just when it seemed that Aina was finished, she stretched a hand out, and all of the blood within their four bodies surged out. They could hardly keep a clear mind under the excruciating pain, let alone stop their blood force from being snatched. Taking so much blood from them would normally kill them, but the aroma coming from their rotting flesh matched with the blackwood pillars kept them alive. After being tied to these pillars, there was simply no escaping. Unless you had perfect control over your own soul and could force it to disperse, suicide was impossible. If they had been smart, they would have done everything to kill themselves before they were tied to the pillar, but they still held out hope. They hoped that if they endured, Aina and her allies would lose this battle, and then they would be freed. However, they never expected Aina to take such a cruel measure. Now, no matter what, they would have to die. What they didn't realize, though, was that this wasn't the purpose of Aina snatching their blood. Slowly and diligently, Aina began to draw 4 force arts into the ground using their blood. "I'm not very good with force arts," Aina said lightly. "I never invested much time into them and only have minimal experience." Aina's soothing voice sounded no different than the Reaper to them at this point, but with their heads still intact and her ability to penetrate through their screaming still at an all-time high, they had no choice but to listen to her words. However, when it comes to simple force arts with simple mechanisms, so long as I take my time, given the control I have over my body, they're actually quite easy to draw. Did you know that blood force is actually a very effective medium for force art drawing, just like soul and dream force? Aina continued to speak as though she wanted the last voice these people heard to be her own. This one isn't too complex either. Its only job is to release a little bit of your blood on a day. Exactly 99 days from now, it will release the first batch, and then again, once per day, for example, 900 more days. Aina looked up from her force art drawing. 99 days is a bit too short, don't you think? You're all so strong and superior due to your bloodlines. Since my mother was forced to endure 99 days as a common woman, it shouldn't be a problem for you superior existences to withstand 10 times that, right? Hearing Aina's words, the four began to fight harder and harder to get off the pillar as their skin was slowly eaten away at, but it was a completely useless endeavor. Don't worry, we'll make sure the world knows how superior you all are to the rest of us. Every time your blood hits the pillar, more rotten fumes will form and your existence will be lengthened by another day. This way, you can definitely flex your boldness and greatness. Aina smiled lightly. It was objectively gorgeous, and yet it was the scariest thing those four youths had ever seen. Chapter 1894, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 55 seconds a.m. Chapter 1894. Hard life if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Aina clapped her hands once, a resonant sound echoing over the battlefield. At that moment, the rotting flesh on her hands seemed to have been smashed out of existence, fair and soft skin replacing them in the blink of an eye. Grabbed her battle axe. Aina rested it on her shoulders, looking toward the rest of the great family members. At the moment, the smile on her face was radiant, almost as though the cries of Seraphina, Raffi, Barian, and the Dan were a favorite kind of music. With a step, she crossed a large distance, catching the remaining youth off guard. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. With the sky-piercing construct behind her, Aina's strength seemed to have increased tenfold. She hadn't even realized just how much strength she had been missing out on until this moment. In the distance, her blood roses grew explosively in strength, expanding by tenfold. Even the ones that were on the verge of destruction suddenly condensed once more, flourishing. If Aina had to describe it, it felt like she had accessed something similar to universal force, but it came directly from her body. In fact, she felt like she could make it so much stronger than it was currently. Every attack she made seemed to prove that all the more. Maya's expression changed. In the distance, Ellerin, who was pressing down on his three enemies, frowned, looking over. Noah's saber swung down, passing right through his body as though he wasn't there. Ellerin appeared a distance away, his gaze still locked onto Aina as a tortoise half the size of a city descended from above, smashing down from above with Jessica on its back. He was about to dodge again when Tyrion appeared to his side, a glistening sword ray flashing across his glasses as he pierced forward. Ellerin suddenly felt annoyed. These three were so weak, but they covered for each other well. He was trying to conserve his strength for what he felt would be an inevitable battle against Emperor Fox, so he hadn't expected to be stalled here for so long. His allies were truly too useless, not able to deal with one woman. It was ridiculous. Elrin's pupils constricted once more as Aina's strength seemed to continue skyrocketing. He had been certain that no one could match his speed of improvement, but Aina was improving by leaps and bounds. The youth couldn't seem to withstand even a single strike before, let alone now. Stop! Stop! Nana's agitation was growing. She couldn't just watch her own family members die like that. Even though she didn't know them personally, they still shared blood. Young miss, I would suggest you calm down. She doesn't have the same reservations you do. If you stand in her way, she will kill you, Galerin said lightly. Stop blocking me, Nana shrieked. She was in the 7th dimension. There was no way Aina could even think of killing her. She might be naive, but she wasn't stupid. It was clear that Galerin just had no intention of letting her go. Galerin remained silent. He could tell that this young girl had never experienced any setbacks in her life. To scream at an enemy like this, as though it would work, this was beyond naivete. It was also laced with a heavy amount of entitlement. It was good that this young girl also seemed to have a kind heart, because if not, the result of that entitlement would probably be bad news for everyone around her. Tears welled up in Nana's eyes when it became clear that Galerin had no intention of letting her go. Red-faced and agitated, Nana's force seemed to almost spiral out of control, a radiant sapphire construct beginning to form to her back. It grew taller and taller, reaching a point where it matched even Aina's in size. Fine, She screamed, slamming out a palm toward Galeron. Galeron's eyes narrowed. He was about to move when his senses flashed. He had been paying attention to Maya all this time. How could he miss her movement? The issue was that she had timed it perfectly with Nana's outburst. Galeron sighed inwardly. It seemed that he was actually going to have to work a bit this time. Holding out his palms, Galeron suddenly began moving to an odd rhythm. It looked as though he was completing a routine of Tai Chi, his face the picture of peace. Bang! Bang! Maya and Nana's palms descended at the same time, colliding with Galeron's own. Both women felt as though they had rammed into a steel wall. Even though Galeron's sleeves fluttered wildly, he didn't move even a single inch. In fact, his elbows didn't even bend. Ouch, Galeron sighed. Maya's brows twitched unhappily. She felt like Galeron was making fun of her. She had thought that this was an excellent opportunity, only for her to end unentirely stifled. Suddenly, Galeron moved. Maya tried to pull back, but as though her palm was stuck to Galeron's, she found her body moving along with the arc of his palms. On the other side, Nana couldn't escape the same fate, her petite body being led like a horse to water. Galeron spun once, causing both women to be spun out. They soared into the air, out of their control. With elegant movements, Galeron fluidly flowed into pressing his palms together once more. With a light exhale, he raised his right palm just slightly before pressing it toward the ground so slowly that it was almost agonizing. However, in response, the air seemed to compress above the flying women, as though the world itself was resonating with Galeron's movements, a concentrated and transparent pillar of air pressed down. Maya and Nana both coughed up a thick mouthful of blood as they were smashed to the ground below. Galeron sighed, smoothing out the slight wrinkles on his clothing. This was why he didn't like to battle. His clothing would be entirely ruined. Although he could shed some layers, that would be entirely unsightly. He was a gentleman, not a rogue. How could he fight without a shirt on? He had considered just wearing fashionable armor in the past, but he found the bulkiness and the flash of metal to be gaudy. He truly lived a hard life. Chapter 1895, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 46 seconds a.m. Chapter 1895. Crimson red if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Maya coughed up a mouthful of blood, her eyes open wide with astonishment. She had no idea what ability Galeron was using. She couldn't tell whether it was a unique ability, a technique, or maybe a known ability index being used in an unconventional way. At first, she thought it was telekinesis. It made sense. That was why he could move so slowly and yet output so much power. It should also be the reason why her and that little girl's palms got stuck to one another. He should have been using telekinesis to make up for his lack of movement speed and momentum. However, just now, she felt an odd fluctuation of energy in the air, almost as though he was truly gathering up force to act on his behalf. But this was very different from the feeling that telekinesis should give. In addition, there was something unique about the movement of his body. Though he was moving slowly, he was gathering up momentum in his own way, as though it was a technique of some sort, or more accurately, his style. But if he was using the style to gather momentum, then that contradicted the fact he was using telekinesis. In addition, she had never seen someone so adept in using telekinesis to the point they could apply such force without emitting any fluctuations. If telekinesis left no traces at all, how would you even fight such a person? Wouldn't they be invincible so long as they had the strength to harm you and could cast perfectly invisible attacks? The worst problem, though, was that a technique should have left some sort of fluctuation as well, but the attack had come suddenly and without warning. The Cloud race was well known for their senses and only fell short of the spirituals in this regard. If Maya couldn't sense it, then didn't that mean that he was entirely impossible to deal with? Across the battlefield, Aina's axe fell for the final time, and she took a deep breath, the light smile still on her face, even though blood fell like rain around her. If even the likes of Sarathana couldn't last a single exchange with her, the rest stood even less of a chance. The chorus of hoarse cries continued behind her like a symphony to her mother. Aina turned back to the rest of the battlefield, the tides very clearly turning in favor of Earth. Whether it was morale or strength, they had to step up in both regards. It felt like the cloud race was entirely unprepared for the level of power they would face, and that much was all too expected. The moment Maya was exposed, her planned surprise attack had failed. She had thought that it wouldn't matter much, but what she hadn't taken into consideration was the fact that in an upfront battle, the cloud race was actually inferior. The only true geniuses of the cloud race present here were her sons and herself. But her sons, who she had so much faith in, were still stuck in stalemates, while she herself hadn't lasted even a single exchange. Was this really the supposedly weak human domain? None of this made any sense. The presence of a world with eighth-dimensional potential was irrelevant. Maya herself came from a true eighth-dimensional world, not just one with the potential to become one. There was no way she should have lost like this. Suddenly, Maya had flashbacks to something that happened almost 3 decades ago. The plan has failed. Emperor Fox is far too ruthless. He preferred to slaughter billions of citizens to avoid an invalid infestation than risk it. Retreat, Maya. So what? A disdainful female voice came from the other side. The male voice sighed. Maya, think. Without an invalid infestation, the Ascension Empire will solidify incredibly quickly, making it far more difficult to infiltrate. Secondly, without the potential use of invalids and variant invalids as a spearhead, you'll be too short-handed. How are you going to take them down while suppressed under their world's laws and alone? I have my methods. Aren't you taking these humans too seriously? Watch well, Joram. Maya, you are my wife, and you're carrying 2 of my children. Don't risk their lives and yours because of your pride. Retreat to the chaotic water sector with me. Together we'll sweep through Earth with much greater assurance. Our children will be fine. Watch well. She still remembered hanging up that call. Now, her Joram's fate was unknown, and she and their sons were in danger of dying here. Maya grit her teeth, standing slowly to her feet. Because of their control over their cloud figure, cloud race experts were able to shut themselves away, much like Joram had. But this was only the tip of the iceberg. It could be used to do things like slow and manipulate their aging, and have been a key part to Maya's plans until now. Even now, she was still considered a member of the cloud race's younger generation. While it seemed that she had experienced decades on Earth, in reality, it was no more than a handful of years to her. It was also thanks to this ability that her sons had managed to remain embryos until she was prepared to use them. However, this age lock came with a double-edged sword, and that was the ability to store the skip time. If that time was never touched, everything would be fine and the cloud race individual would age as they had intended. However, in the case that this time was unleashed, the cloud race member would enter a state of accelerated evolution where they would experience all the years they had skipped at once. This was the greatest ability of the cloud race, an ability that could only be used by them with gold rune cloud figures, those with the greatest bloodlines of their race. There was, of course, a drawback. The consequences would always be tenfold. In order to experience all of the decades she had been on Earth for at once, and gain the insights and strength that came with it, she would need to experience the equivalent of centuries. Even so, now that things had reached this point, Maya used the one trump card she never thought she'd have to. Maya raised her head to the skies, a screech that echoed over Earth billowing from her chest. The golden runes that floated within her cloud figure began to vibrate wildly, quickly becoming a crimson red. Chapter 1896, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 44 seconds a.m. Chapter 1896. Anomaly: if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel took deep, heaving breaths. It had been a while since he needed to breathe so heavily to get something done. His battle with Kaldar lasted almost an entire week. Lionel wasn't sure if time in the tribulation and the time outside were the same or not, but regardless, a week here still very much felt like an entire week. Even when he clearly had the upper hand, the fiend demon had refused to give up, forcing them to continue the battle again and again. To make things worse, the fiend demon's regenerative abilities were simply off the charts. It didn't seem like Lionel could cause it a single injury that could actually harm it. Lionel continued to breathe hard, standing over Koldar's body. Finally, the demon couldn't seem to move anymore, and simply looked up at Lionel expressionlessly. If it wasn't for the fact he too was also breathing hard, Lionel would have had a hard time believing that this demon was actually a living being, while that and the fact that he was basically immobilized not, his healing factor finally losing the ability to keep up. Even now, Kaldar hadn't given up. Lionel could see his muscles twitching as though he was still trying to stand. Lionel couldn't imagine what the battle would have been like if Kaldar had absorbed as many beast crystals as he had. Ironically, by now the advantage he had in terms of beast crystals was probably gone now than to this battle, and he probably didn't get much else outside of whatever treasures were on him and a couple hundred territories. In the grand scheme, it wasn't worth it, but he also didn't have the ability to choose to retreat. Theoretically, he could have used the orb Pyrrhina had left behind, but because of one part pride and another part because he felt that the reward would be worth it, he held on. Plus, he knew he had to defeat Kaldar no matter what. If Lionel had to guess, he was definitely the strongest genius here. The rest should be a cakewalk. "What is your name?" Lionel asked. Koldar's gaze flickered. There were a lot of race enemies, but maybe the one with the most division were humans and demons. Their cultures were strikingly different. It felt weird that a human was asking him such a question, especially since this was the first attempt at true communication. Kaldar didn't seem like he was going to answer for a long while, staring at Lionel with the same placid expression. When his mouth finally opened, though, the answer that came out wasn't an answer at all. "Why are you asking me that?" Koldar's voice was cold and gruff. Oddly enough, it reminded Lionel of a soothing clap of thunder, a completely contradictory description. It was as though he had managed to incorporate the rumble into his vocal cords. "Can't I ask out of curiosity?" Lionel asked with a laugh. "I don't like the way your eyes look. It makes me feel like you're trying to court me." Lionel choked on his laugh. Did this big, 3-meter-tall demon think that he wanted to take him out on a date? How had the conversation taken such a turn? "I like women. You do not need to know my name. Just kill me and finish your task." Lionel's mouth opened and closed several times, but no sound came out. He assumed that what Kaldar was feeling was his emperor's charm, though this should definitely be suppressed in this place. In the end, Lionel shook his head, completely rendered speechless. He bent down and snatched Koldar's spear away and turned to leave as the latter began to fade. Kaldar sighed. "I still do not like men. This will not help you in your pursuit of me." Lionel nearly tripped and fell, but by the time he turned back to say something, Kaldar had vanished. "What?" Lionel still had no idea what to say. He could only turn back and trudge away, taking deep breaths to try and quickly recover to his peak. He had to hurry and get out of this place. "Hold on." Lionel shook his head. He was so flustered that he almost made a stupid mistake. He turned and rushed back, looking at the location Koldar's corpse had vanished, but he was instantly disappointed. There was nothing there. It seemed that Kaldar hadn't gotten as lucky as himself or Pyrrhina. Shaking his head again, Lionel shot off into the distance as he fused the two spears together. TCH. Still short. Lionel felt that he was still missing around 50 or so territories to reach the gold grade. Kaldar had definitely had a ton, but it wasn't quite enough. In another territory, an unknown distance away, two geniuses faced off against one another. Idrim chuckled. "Well, this is unexpected. I thought it would take us some more time before we had our final battle, but for some reason I can't find any other worthy opponents. I have a feeling that there's an anomaly this time around." Idrim's carefreeness was just as grating to Annul as it always was, but this time, rather than responding with annoyance, his expression remained solemn. He too had felt that there was something odd about this tribulation. The lack of treasure territories, the fact it was so hard to find worthy opponents, he hadn't come across any one of the other 6 outside of Idrim in all this time as well. and the only reason he had run into Idrim at all was because their territories had started off quite close. I guess we'll have to find out which one of us gets to meet this mysterious variable between us. No? Idrim raised his spear with a smile on his face. It's unfortunate, though. One of us won't be able to reach the gold grade evaluation. Enul's expression became callous, his sized pairs of hands raising up, each with their own spear. With a thought, he vanished, appearing before Idrim with a deathly momentum. Chapter 1898, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 42 seconds a.m. Chapter 1898. Ultimate security blanket if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button, and again, James clenched his jaw, taking a strong gulp as though he was forcing his heart back down. He's still the same, directing everyone around like he already knows what they'll do, James mumbled. Aina smiled in understanding. Let alone James and the others. There were too many things that Lionel didn't explain even to her. If James took offense to this, there wasn't really much she could do. She would just have to reveal their other trump cards ahead of time. The trouble with that, though, was that it would make the air wars far more difficult. However, at that moment, James smiled. Do you know what they call a quarterback's tight end in football? James looked Aina in the eyes, his tears somewhat glistening but quickly evaporating away beneath a fiery blaze. Aina blinked before her smile brightened. The ultimate safety blanket. She had been following Lionel's games for years and had never missed a single one. Not only did she know all the rules of the game, when it came to the intricacies and the culture around it, she probably dwarfed even some of the players themselves. When James heard this, his head raised to the skies, and he erupted with a laughter that drowned out even the cries of the Brazingers. It boomed with a vibrant carefreeness, surging like a rising ocean tide and drowning out everything. With a leap, he soared into the skies, his foot landing on an energy shield platform that he shot like a cannon off of, soaring over the battle between Maya and Galerin with the confidence of a man who felt he could have participated in it if he so chose. Aina watched this with a smile. It was a little white lie, and considering how well James knew Lionel, he probably knew this as well. But as Lionel's queen, there were some things that she felt she had to do for him. Lionel had many brothers, but he had only ever had one best friend, and there was a reason for that. Some relationships couldn't be forced, and some were too perfect to need to be. Lionel had set the probability of James making an appearance at 30%. He felt that the cloud race would be a bar that he wouldn't allow himself to cross, and he was correct about that. But Aina felt like he wanted that percentage to be much higher, not for any other reason than that was what he wanted for the man who he had once called friend. Aina could feel that Lionel was becoming more distant from the world, more detached, more indifferent. Even when his brothers had returned to his side, they had been separated for so many years that it was difficult to reaffirm that connection to the same level. And that was honestly because they were missing the glue that had kept them together in the first place. James seemed like an unruly wild card with barely half a brain in him, but he was probably the person who understood Lionel the most outside of Aina herself, and maybe even in comparison to Aina, he knew more. At the same time, James and Lionel were more similar than it seemed, just considering their fathers. With how much Lionel loved his own, if Velasco had the same approach to life that Governor Duke Bennett had, how far would Lionel be from just being a second James? The two of them were the most similar in the things that meant the most, the more dissimilar in, ironically, what was also the most important. Since these two brutes wouldn't take the steps to fix their relationship on their own, it would just have to be up to her. Aina smiled to herself, watching James dive into the battle and almost immediately force Ellerin into a retreat. Lionel had no idea what Aina had done, but at the moment he was too frustrated to care. He felt like he had traveled everywhere possible, but he couldn't seem to gather up enough territories. No random treasure or beast territories were spawning, and even after a lot of walking, there didn't seem to be any other participants waiting. He had come across one barrier, but blocked him from entry. He had come across such a thing before, so he just assumed correctly that there was likely a battle going on within. Now, he had finally found another. It was once again blocked. There seemed to only be one conclusion. There were just 3 contestants left, while he had been fighting Kaldar. Everyone else but them had been wiped out. Lionel shook his head. How unlucky. If things were like this, that meant that he would have to go into this final confrontation while stuck at the silver grade. And given the fact there were only 2 contestants left, whoever came out victorious would almost certainly have a gold grade spear. Taking a breath and exhaling, Lionel retreated to his territory, then used the orb to lock his barriers down. If he was going to enter this final battle at a disadvantage, he would definitely do it at 100%. What Lionel didn't realize was how truly unlucky he was. Of the 6 strongest competitors, he had actually fought 4 of them and would now be fighting the 5th. However, due to his actions, everyone else was unlucky as well. Because he had sped up the timeline of the tribulation so greatly, less territories had spawned, and as a result, whereas in the past there would be multiple with gold grade evaluations, this time around, there would only be 1 if Lionel lost this battle, and only 2 if he did manage to gain victory. Lionel collapsed into a pile of soft grass and closed his eyes, taking the first sleep he had in as long as he could remember. He wasn't even sure exactly how long he had been in this tribulation. This sleep would turn out to be invaluable. They say the sleep consolidated everything one had learned during the day and now. Lionel was consolidating weeks of training while entering a single deep sleep. Occasionally missing content. Please report errors in time. Chapter 1899. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 40 seconds a.m. Chapter 1899. Elleren's ability index. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Elleren reacted quickly to James' appearance. Slide out of the way. James seemed to form his body into a cannonball, wrapping himself in a spherical energy shield as he fell from the skies. The air rushed around him with such speed that it sparked a rush of fire and explosive force forming as he descended with a faster and faster speed. Boom! Elleren crossed an arm and his machete across his face, gliding back effortlessly as a wall of concentrated air collided against him. Although he was unhurt, he couldn't help but frown. The addition of yet another variable was annoying. The more this happened, the less he would be able to hold back. What was the cloud race doing exactly? Elleren glanced toward the battlefield, and a spark of annoyance sparked in his pupils. This was the supposed cloud race? Weren't they supposed to be powerful and unmatched? Why were there so many who seemed capable of fighting them just fine? With another step, Elleren glided back further, avoiding pursuit with an ease akin to breathing. His gaze darted across the battlefield until he seemed to understand something. Under normal circumstances, the humans of Earth would stand no chance whatsoever. However, in concentrated pockets, scattered across the battlefield, there were small groups led by unconventional figures that seemed to subtly turn the tide. There was a young man with telekinetic abilities, a young woman wreathed in vines and flower. There were 8 young men whose power output was clearly a step above, and they didn't seem to be going all out either. There was another subtle, white-haired beauty to the side. And finally, the most obvious of them all, there was the vicious golden-eyed woman who controlled blood force. This didn't even mention the 2 battling Maya's sons to a standstill, stopping them from becoming the anchors they should have been for the cloud race, or the obvious elephant in the room, Galerin. These people acted like anchors on the battlefield, and there was a subtle funneling action that took place, making it difficult for the cloud race to gather up momentum or target weaker warriors. In fact, it felt as though they were all being directed by something or someone to move all too seamlessly. If Y-Star Order could hear Elleren's thoughts, he would have nodded to himself with that very familiar smug smile on his face. Without Lionel here, who better to direct the flow of the battlefield, if not Y-Star Order? It was just that as a monster of the 7th dimension, these children couldn't compare to him at all. His influence could hardly be sensed at all. In fact, the only reason Elleren could sense anything was because of the specialty of his ability index. Elleren fell into silence. He had concluded already. He had made the wrong bet. Suddenly, James appeared before Elleren. Ellerin planned to dodge again, but his eyes narrowed when he realized that his paths of exit were all blocked by energy shields, very sturdy ones at that. James appeared with fist, and Ellerin had no choice but to respond with his own blade. Bang! James didn't retreat. With his ability index, his entire body was a weapon, and he didn't fear meeting blades head-on. At least, that was what he was used to. He didn't even usually feel pain in battle, because no one could force him to that extent. However, when Ellerin's blade descended, danger senses alerted James instantly. James' fist opened up, and the angle of the energy shield protecting him shifted. Ellerin's blades slipped by, meeting slight resistance as it was parried to the side. But even so, a small layer of skin was peeling down James' knuckle. Ellerin expected James to back off after suffering a small loss, but to his surprise, James pressed forward with an even fiercer punch. Without a choice, Ellerin could only meet it with a fist of his own. His hand left afterimages in the air, stacking 3, then 4 times. Bang! Ellerin took a heavy step back as James did the same. Your ability index is actually time manipulation, James said with surprise. Noah, Jessica, and Tyrion were all shocked when they heard this. In between their heavy breaths, they overheard James mumble and found it difficult to believe. Was there really such an ability index? Ellerin's gaze narrowed. Unfortunately, you have a very clear weakness, and that's the need for preparation. That's why your battle style is so evasive. The danger of your ability index plummets when you don't have time to play your little chess moves. The strength of Ellerin's ability index started with his eyes. He was able to see timelines and the reverberating impact of causality. He could then gather these causalities and then use them to his benefit. For example, if he saw a future where he had crossed a distance of 1 kilometer, he could choose it and cross it instantly, skipping over the time it would have taken. However, everything had a balance. If he wanted to choose a future where he had crossed 1 kilometer, he had to first observe himself crossing that kilometer in said future, and that would take time. Of course, Ellerin could accelerate this time, or else his ability index would be useless. However, no matter how fast he accelerated that observation time, it would never be instant. As such, there would always be a lag between him observing the future and enacting it. That was the weakness. Somehow, James had seen through this in a single exchange despite having never fought someone with such an ability index before. Time affinity was probably the rarest of all affinities in existence. To have a time-related ability index was even rarer than that. Ellerin could be said to be one of one, a rarer existence than even savants. And yet it still took James just one exchange. It was shocking enough that Ellerin spoke his first words. You have innate battle instinct. Chapter 1900, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 27 seconds a.m., Chapter 1900. 2. 5x if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 5x James picked at his ears. I don't know what that means, but if you're going to fight, I hope you have something better than this. If taking you down is too easy, how am I going to have the face to see the guys again? I need you to make me nice and bloody, preferably half dead. Anna was a long distance away from James' battlefield, supporting the others, but she was still paying keen attention in case anything went wrong. She wasn't entirely certain of how powerful James was, although Lionel had said it would be fine. But hearing him speak like this, her lip couldn't help but twitch. He and Lionel were really too similar, too good at pissing people off, and had mouths that were too smart for their own good. Ellerin didn't say anything to James' words. Innate battle instinct wasn't something that was tangible or even a widely accepted concept. It was something he had only heard his grandfather talk about. Old Hutch used to say that there were simply some people in existence who had talent in battle that didn't conform with common sense. In truth, James' talent was bound to come out in one way or another. It was clear to everyone by now that the gene assessment wasn't a casual measure taken by the Ascension Empire. They knew that it could point them in the direction of talents that they could then preserve and save from a massacre. 5-star professions were especially rare, even in entertainment professions. On the entire Royal Blue Academy football team, only Lionel and James were 5-star. However, what was confusing was that while Lionel received an S-class evaluation after leaving the Mayan tomb, James only received an class evaluation. Of course, that was still far better than most of Lionel's other teammates that only received C and B-class evaluations, but it was a hint disappointing for a 5-star. By now, those evaluations were quite useless, as many had evolved far beyond those original markers, but they were still a baseline foundation for denoting potential. What no one could have expected was that the concentration of James' talent wouldn't come from ability index alone, but rather a more amorphous, auxiliary talent that was difficult to pinpoint, a talent buried in his very soul, and one that had been fully unearthed only after he created his own lineage factor, becoming a true spark just like Emna. Ellerin took a breath and exhaled. It was a subtle action, but his demeanor shifted entirely. It seemed that holding back was not an option. In truth, Ellerin had no idea how powerful Emperor Fox was. He was only operating under a possible worst-case scenario. But since things had reached this point, there was simply no avoiding it. He would make one final push. Since the cloud race was useless, he would do it himself, and if he failed, there was no one better at escaping than he was. For Ellerin, with his current speed, crossing a kilometer didn't even take him a single second. In his base state, he could accelerate time by 2 times, meaning, so long as he bought some time by evading in battle, he could witness the future at twice the speed anyone else experienced the present. After observing the future, he could pick a causality, but things weren't so simple. At best, he could observe 3 causalities at the same time. So, if he wanted to layer a punch more than 4 times 1 for his present, and 3 from addition causalities, he would need to reset and then observe again. And, of course, the causalities of others were very blurry to him unless he concentrated, which tied him down to observing only himself and things that acted directly on him. That said, this was just his baseline. This was a level of use that caused no damage to himself and took no energy whatsoever. He did this as easily as breathing, and he could do it practically forever at no cost to him. And unfortunately for his enemies, this was nowhere near his limit. "Let's see how you deal with 4 causalities then," Ellerin said lightly. Suddenly, Ellerin moved, and James moved at the same time, both reacting at once as they clashed. The 4-layering of Ellerin's strikes became 5 seamlessly. It was hardly more difficult, almost as though he had gone from sitting on a bench to a brisk walk. James' eyes narrowed. This had already become a battle that Noah and the others couldn't participate in even if they wanted. Bang! 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 The 2 crossed blades and fists, dancing across the ruins of the palace as they glided around pillars and hard marble stone. "How about 6? Ellerin asked softly. The pressure increased once again. 7 Ellerins danced around James, each one just as real as the last. James grinned an ugly grin. He had asked for this, and Ellerin didn't seem to hesitate to deliver. His own aura flourished, pieces of solidified energy shields slamming into place as they formed a radiant white gold armor dancing with complex runes. He blasted out a punch, but what was shocking was that the very force of the punch solidified a distance away, crumbling 2 of Ellerin's causalities. "How about 10? James felt several punches collide with him, rattling his inner organs. Ellerin danced, his machete leaving elegant, curved streaks in the air. He seemed like a completely different person, his fierce attacks carrying shades of his grandfather as he pressed forward with greater and greater ferocity. James countered, but he quickly found himself on the back foot. He didn't feel like he was fighting one person. It felt like he was fighting 11, all of them just as powerful. Ellerin's power seemed to have almost tripled in an instant. Ellerin, a man who didn't speak much to begin with, seemed to have been truly triggered by James' words. He saw this as a battle for his parents, but not only were his allies nothing more than walking clowns, this nobody wanted to crack jokes. In that case, he would crack jokes too. How about 2? 5x acceleration? The voice came in layers, echoing through the curtains of time of space. It seemed to touch on the past, present, and future, linking them into one. Elloren's blade left afterimages in the air, crossing into a causality that James could react to. PCHU. The machete seemed to pass through the plate armor on James' shoulder, ripping into his collarbone. Chapter 1901. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 25 seconds a.m. Chapter 1901. Absorption. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Elloren's machete pierced forward, his gaze expressionless as he suddenly unleashed his blade force. Without fail, such an attack would shred a person's inner organs to mush. Despite the fact he had just killed someone, he didn't feel very much at all. The exchange was quick, but he had expended quite a bit of energy. All he wanted to do now was to rush forward and end this battle as quickly as possible. Since the cloud race was such a disappointment, he would have to do everything himself. Elloren pulled his machete back, but just as he was doing so, he froze. His blade didn't budge at all, even when he pulled harder. Elloren's eyes narrowed. James' head was lowered, but he suddenly shook it. "Shit, that hurt," James mumbled. Elloren's heart couldn't help but stir. He hadn't felt his blade force being blocked, so where had it gone? It wasn't that easy to trick him. He wouldn't have made a foolish mistake like assuming his opponent was dead without reason. Suddenly, Elloren released a low hum, and his body seemed to vibrate, becoming blurry. Several causalities stacked atop of one another, and he pulled, finally, releasing his blade from James' shoulder as he slid backward, extending some distance between them. To his surprise, though, James' shoulder didn't gush with blood, even though the wound showed no signs of closing. If one had to describe it, it was as though he had poured epoxy into the hole in his shoulder, leaving a glistening and clear gap that stopped his blood from flowing. James shook his head and exhaled. He had to admit that he had bitten off quite a lot this time, but he didn't feel very much fear at all. In fact, he grinned. His head rose, and a malevolent color exuded from his irises, his broad shoulders trembling. No one really thought about what those with the Energy Shield Ability Index used to form their shields. It seemed to just happen, and most often it was nothing special, just a condensing of neutral force. However, James had realized that his ability wasn't so simple. If the Energy Shield Ability Index was broken down, its fundamental strength was in solidifying force so that it could be used as a defensive measure. A step deeper than that, and it was a force manipulation type of ability index with a thought he could force to act as he wanted it to. A step deeper than that, and he could change the fundamental structure of force itself to make it sturdier. A step deeper than that, and he could change the structure of force to make it do whatever he wanted it to do. Neutral force, as Lionel had long since learned, was the perfect balance of all forces in existence. No, more accurately, the usual neutral force everyone was used to wasn't quite a perfect balance. It was rather pure neutral force that could be considered this absolute perfect balance. And it was precisely this force that James had learned to control. No matter what force it was, he could assimilate it. He had taken the tier 4 of his ability index to the absolute extreme, allowing him to. James pointed forward with a finger, and a great surge of blade force manifested and shot out in a concentrated beam, more concentrated than even Elloren himself could make it, more concentrated than maybe anyone on Earth could make it. Bang! It shattered the sound barrier no more than a centimeter from the tip of his finger, accelerating so fast that it appeared before Elloren, before he could blink even once. Elloren's heart skipped a beat. He pushed his time acceleration to 3x, just barely managing to dodge to the side. However, as he did, a fist appeared before his face. Elloren realized for the first time that there was no lane to dodge, and he didn't have the time to raise his machete. Bang! Elloren's face twisted and one of his teeth cracked. His neck spun to the side, and his body was sent flying backward, the harsh winds he experienced almost twisting his pristine white tracksuit to pieces. James landed nearby, looking down at his fist. Even in that situation, he had felt that his knuckles were on the verge of cracking. It seemed that Ellerin could use his ability index, even for defense, despite the situation. It was versatile indeed. Ellerin spun through the air, landing harshly on his feet and leaving 2 deep trenches in his wake as he was forced to retreat again and again. James shook his head, then looked down at the wound in his shoulder. "Do you think that this is enough? Or do I need to let you stab me a few more times?" Ellerin's pupils constricted. Forget it. If I let any more of this happen, they'll think I went Hollywood and forgot my roots." James looked up from his wound and stretched out a hand, and a small vortex of force formed before wildly spreading. Ellerin couldn't even react before the spreading dome of energy passed through him. But when he looked down, he didn't seem to be harmed at all. There were 5 tiers of the Energy Shield Ability Index: partiality, misdirection, nullification, reflection, and amplification. As usual, the last tier was restricted to savants only. The first tier partially blocked attacks, the second could misdirect them, the third could fully nullify them, and the last could reflect them. With James' level of control, he even directly absorbed Ellerin's force, only releasing it when he felt like it. He had brought reflection to its utmost limits. However, this wasn't his limit in the slightest. His ultimate defense couldn't even be called reflection any longer. Instead, it was more accurate to call absorption. When he applied absorption on his body alone, any force attacks would be directly swallowed up by him, unable to cause any damage whatsoever, and even allowing him to use it in his next assault. When he applied absorption in a domain, well, Ellerin's pupils constricted into pinholes. He suddenly couldn't sense any time force whatsoever, and without atmospheric time force to observe, there were likewise no causalities to observe. Suddenly, Ellerin froze, a fist suddenly appearing before his face. "Don't look distracted now. I still need you to make this look like it's difficult." Bang! Ellerin was once again sent flying. Chapter 1902. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 6 seconds a.m., Chapter 1902. Annoying if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, James unleashed a concussive barrage, his violent assault practically leaving craters all across Ellerin's body. All of the force in the domain was absorbed by him, fueling his power to the point that he seemed beyond superhuman. Nothing Ellerin did seemed to be good enough. Noah, who stood a distance away, breathing hard, could hardly mask the complicated look in his eyes. It felt as though he was watching another Lionel crush him in all aspects he held dear. It was just Lionel, or even now James. He also had to experience Miguel surpassing him in all aspects as well. Though he didn't know where Miguel was now, and he had done nothing but work hard all these years, he still knew deep inside that he had yet to catch up to him either. No matter how Noah racked his brain, he couldn't understand what the difference was. Was his will not great enough? But how much had he been willing to sacrifice for Earth? How much of his life had he dedicated to causes that were anything but selfish? It just felt frustrating. He should have felt happy that Earth seemed to have been saved, but instead he felt inferior. Jessica looked toward Noah's side profile and sighed herself. She wanted to comfort him, but she had tried many times before. This simply wasn't something that an outside force could help with. K. Lionel's eyes flashed open, a strong vitality rippling out from him. With just a single breath, he felt as though he had been revitalized. He jumped to his feet, stretching and unleashing a roar. The leaves rustled wildly and the earth quaked, a cyclone of wind spiraling into his lungs. His body felt light, and the confidence in his eyes couldn't have been sharper. Lionel turned toward a certain direction. There, on the other side of his barrier, a smiling youth with bronze skin stood. It seemed that this youth had been watching him sleep all the while, a prospect that likely would have left most uncomfortable, but Lionel only smiled. An odd light flashed within Idrim's eyes. Of all the responses he had expected, this was the last one. However, what he didn't know was that even with his ability index sealed, Lionel's emotional intelligence was still off the charts. How could he not tell what Idrim was trying to do? Unfortunately for him, unsettling someone like Lionel wasn't so easy. With a thought, Lionel communicated with the orb and released the hold on his barrier, allowing Idrim to walk right through. Taking it as an invite, Idrim strolled in with a radiant smile. His every action seemed like he was perfectly photo-ready. It was aggravating in an almost too obvious kind of way, almost like Idrim knew what he was doing and yet did so anyway, as though he couldn't tell that it came off as fake. I didn't expect that the anomaly this time would be a human. Quite fascinating. Color me surprised. I guess there really are a multitude of variables in the universe. Lionel's lip curled. Indeed, so it probably isn't all that surprising to find a creep who likes watching people sleep among so many variables, right? Idrim laughed. Sorry if I made you uncomfortable, but you see, there's only the two of us remaining, so there really was no point in returning to my own territory. This made it more convenient for the both of us, no? That much I agree with. Lionel reached for his back and unsheathed his spear from its holster, the white fur that coated his body fluttering in the wind. He took a casual glance toward the spear in Idrim's hand and realized that it was in the gold grade, but he didn't seem surprised. He had long since expected this. Idrim's spear vibrated slightly as he sighed. I have to say, this is a bit unfortunate. This battle won't be very fair. If it was in the outside world, we could battle our heart's content. It's a shame. I was looking forward to this. Lionel yawned, expelling his last bit of fatigue as his body slowly woke all the way up. His cells thrummed, his heart pounded, and his blood gushed. He felt light on his feet, and his spear truly felt like an extension of his arm. You know, I thought I was annoying, but that seems to be a standout feature for you all. Tell you what, I doubt your recovery abilities are anywhere near as annoying as that fiend demon. If you can last 100 attacks of my spear, they'll let you get a free shot in. Idrim paused, suddenly not knowing what to say. If Lionel was going to say something like, should he have chosen a lower number? Also, what did free shot mean? Shouldn't he have said that he would willingly give up? Was he just trying to toy with him? What he didn't know was that Lionel was dead serious. Idrim didn't stand a chance against him. Lionel's figure suddenly rippled, and he vanished. When he appeared again, his spear was already at Idrim's throat, causing the latter's pupils to constrict. But rather than dodging, to Lionel's surprise, Idrim didn't move at all, instead choosing to directly counter. Lionel's gaze turned fierce. Swift. Idrim sensed that something was wrong and hurried, changed tactics, diving to the side. Shine. The sound of blades sharpening echoed through the air, but moments later, a harsh ripping sound replaced it. Idrim rolled to the side, popping up to his feet and hurriedly retreating. When he came to a stop, he slowly dodged his neck. He felt something moist that caused him to freeze, not quite believing it. But when he slowly brought it to his line of sight, there was a drizzle of bronze-gold blood running down his fingers, dripping down the length of his finger and falling to the ground. Lionel flicked his wrist, and the blood that had coated his blade rushed out, tearing a hole through a nearby tree. Chapter 1903, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 5 seconds a.m., Chapter 1903. Heart if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel glanced at this blood for a moment. He had felt the heft of it weighing down his spear, so he had gotten rid of it. That blood would be quite annoying to deal with. Not only was it incredibly heavy, but it was sticky and viscous, latching onto the metal of his blade and seemingly trying to corrode it as well. If not for his spear force, that would have already happened. Interesting. Lionel smiled. Idrim had long fallen into silence. The small crater his blood left in the ground resting in the periphery of his sight. Lionel hopped just once and suddenly shot forward. He didn't have the patience to wait for Idrim to think his way through this existential crisis. Human, Rapax, nomad, cloud, dwarven, or spiritual, none of it mattered to him. Anyone who stood in his way would taste his blade. A radiant bronze aura formed around Idrim as he looked up, his smile vanishing, replaced by a steely cold gaze. However, in the face of it, Lionel's smile only brightened. Is that your real face? Show me more of it. Bang! Their spears crossed once before they separated and went at it again. Idrim's senses were sharp, and he seemed to respond to every one of Lionel's attempts in kind. When Lionel's spear separated into three, his separated into three as well. When Lionel swung the butt of his spear forward, so did he. When Lionel spun his spear and geared up his momentum, so did he. It didn't seem like he was trying to follow the path of the cloud race, but rather trying to attack Lionel's psyche. Even so, Lionel's smile never faded. Suddenly, Lionel's spear split into 4, then 5, then 6, then 7. Every time Idrim matched him, he took another step forward, edging the battlefield as though he was making sweet love to it. Everything about the smile on his face, to the fluid shifts between attacks and defense, between lunges and retreats, between thrusts and slices, was absolutely seamless. Lionel truly learned how fun it was to fight without having to think. He couldn't see 10, 20, or even 100 moves ahead like he could usually. In fact, he could barely see 3. However, these 3 moves were like they were ingrained into his very bones, as though he already knew how to react to them without having to deduce at all. He could entirely focus on the feeling of his blade gliding through the air, the sound of his spear force splitting the wind, the echo of a clash of blades. It was therapeutic in a way he had never experienced before, an escape from any and everything. His style was absolutely suffocating. His spear came from any and everywhere, until it suddenly began to come from any time as well. His rhythm shifted, and his perfectly paced blade suddenly slowed by a small margin, causing Idrim to mistime a block and overshoot his target. Lionel's blade snaked through and pierced through his collarbone, pulling back just as Idrim swung back to counter and thrusting forward with a strike that was twice as fast as any of his other strikes, piercing the other side of Idrim's collarbone. Any normal human would experience both of their arms becoming useless at this point, but Idrim only clenched his jaw, a mysterious power brandishing his spear with the same ease as he had previously. The bronze aura around him grew, and the heaviness of Lionel's spear seemed to increase. Lionel looked down at his blade. It was becoming unruly and difficult to control. He slid back, dodging out of the way of Edim's counter and slipping it. He took a strong step forward, ducking under Idrim's thrusting blade and closing the distance. He made a move to raise his spear and end the battle, but at that moment Idrim's gaze seemed to blaze with life. The blood that coated Lionel's spear became hundreds of times heavier. Lionel had so much of his weight leaning forward to complete his attack that it was too difficult to stop the momentum, especially given its suddenness. Lionel hadn't considered the possibility that a spiritual could control their body parts outside of themselves. It was too easy to get caught off guard when you couldn't think of millions of possibilities at once. Idrim's knee drove up with an incredible amount of force, and Lionel seemed to present his jaw to him. A sickening crack echoed, and Lionel felt his brain rattle. The heaviness of Idrim's blood was nothing compared to the heaviness of his body. If it wasn't because Idrim had to hurriedly take the opportunity and couldn't grab a hold of the solid foundation, Lionel's head would have likely exploded like a watermelon with that single exchange. Lionel's teeth cracked, and his jaw broke into at least 3 pieces. His head was driven upward as though Idrim was trying to rip it from his shoulders with that single knee. Idrim took a step back to stabilize himself and prepared a second attack immediately, retrieving his spear while Lionel was still in a partial daze and piercing right for his heart. Lionel's brain continued to rattle around in his head, but a faint voice in his head told him that if he didn't get a hold of himself immediately, he would die here. Falling into a daze in the middle of battle was the greatest taboo. If it wasn't for the fact their true strength was suppressed here, these last few split seconds would have already been enough for his life to be severed. However, no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't seem to. Without his ability index, he couldn't take forceful control of his body without active participation of his brain, and right now it might as well have been mush. Just move to the side, something, anything. The roaring echo of Lionel's soul seemed to reverberate through the dimensions. a burst of a violet aura pulsing to life around him. Suddenly he could see, but it wasn't through the blurriness of his eyes, but rather through the tip of his spear. As Idrim thrust forward with victory in his eyes, Lionel's spear seemed to move as though it had a mind of its own, being guided not by his hand, but rather the will that pulsed from his heart. Peace eat you. Idrim froze, looking down at his chest, the butt of Lionel's silver-grayed spear jetting out of it. Chapter 1904. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:48 and 2 seconds a.m. Chapter 1904. Reward if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Lionel dropped to the ground, a surging pain that started from his face radiating out to the rest of his body. He wanted to clench his teeth, but doing that only made things worse. He didn't even realize how many micro-expressions relied on the stability of his jaw until this very moment. He looked up and watched Idrim with a sharp gaze. Since he could control blood from outside of his body, then there was no telling if such an injury would be enough to kill him. For all Lionel knew, unless he could attack Idrim's soul directly, he wouldn't gain victory. Luckily, things weren't so exaggerated. This didn't seem to be Idrim's choice either. The moment the tribulation sensed his death, it was over. His body began to shimmer, his spear falling to the ground. I haven't lost yet. Idrim suddenly roared, realizing what was happening. By now, his casual demeanor had vanished, and he was absolutely furious. It wasn't to the point that he looked like a madman, but he definitely couldn't hide his real thoughts anymore. Damn it! Idrim's bronze gaze blazed as he looked toward Lionel. By now, the latter knew that he likely looked ridiculous. He couldn't even hold his own jaw up, a combination of saliva and blood pooling out under no control of his own. However, he still withstood the pain, closed his jaw, and grinned a bloody smile. Baby, have a nice trip. Idrim's gaze turned malevolent, but Lionel's smile only grew brighter. It was only after Idrim vanished that he coughed, shaking his head. He had actually almost died in such a foolish way. Without his ability index, Idrim's speed of thought was naturally faster than his own, just because of his race, that made falling into traps a troublesome eventuality. This was probably how others felt when they fought him. Being several steps ahead of your opponent meant that even if their raw strength was greater than your own, much like Lionel's was here, your chances of winning were likely greater. It was funny. All this time Lionel had been learning of the benefits of truly just relying on nothing more than his talent and instinct in battle, only for the end result to smack him in the face. Lionel struggled to his feet, shaking his head. He reached down and picked up Idrim's spear, fusing it to his own. At that moment, the world around him shifted and everything was surrounded by a blazing light. Lionel could feel that the pain wreaking havoc in his body was slowly vanishing. By the time he couldn't see anything remaining, the pain was entirely gone. When he appeared once again, he stood in the depths of the spear domain. Up above, black lightning crackles, and beneath him, black gravel crunched. However, when Lionel looked around, his eyes widened. This was no normal region of the spear domain ring. It was the highest peak there was that very same distant peak he had seen the first time he stepped foot into it. However, where there should have been a spear, there was nothing at all. In addition, on the other side of the mountain peak, there was nothing at all, a vast nothingness that branched into countless paths, all equally filled with nothing. Lionel was quite surprised by this. He was absolutely certain that whatever was at the peak of this mountain should have been the spear that suppressed all others, but there was nothing here at all. But beyond that, he was certain that there should have been spears that encircled the mountain completely. So why was there nothing on the other side at all? Lionel turned around, but just as expected, all of the spears that he was used to were still there. This was definitely his spear domain, and those empty spaces. Lionel's gaze flashed, and he suddenly realized that his thinking speed was back. No matter how he flipped the problem in his mind, it seemed that there was only one answer. The missing paths must be in the rings of those enemies he fought in the tribulation. The only way to complete it, and likely the only way to find the spear that should be on this mountain was by fusing them all. Lionel shook his head and sighed. He had no idea where those people came from. There should only be a single spear domain ring in existence. If Lionel continued with that assumption, then it should be that the enemies he faced were displaced through time rather than displaced through space. This didn't feel impossible. After all, the spear domain ring had the ability to send his consciousness back to fuse with a primitive man's. The tribulation was the same, just a displacement of consciousness, so it seemed to fit. Also, the spear domain lineage factor itself seemed to have some faint connections with time, although Lionel had his own theories about that. He felt like any lineage factor, affinity, or ability index taken to its absolute extreme would have some influence on space and time force. But regardless of whether he was correct or not, there was not. What was of core importance was the fact that the spear domain should have the potential to do so. But the question was why? To find the best spearman across Immerse? That didn't seem right either because of what he had heard from Nelligan. At least in Nelligan's case, his people seemed to interact with the tribulation in a linear fashion. It felt weird that the spear domain ring would displace itself across time, just to allow it to continue to be passed on normally. What was the point of that? Lionel's frown deepened. The more he thought about it, the more entangled and nonsensical it all seemed. Forget this. Where are my rewards? Lionel was a bit worried about what might be happening back on Earth, so he wanted to take his rewards and leave as quickly as possible. But he was beginning to worry that there were no rewards at all. If there were no rewards, what was the point of the tribulation? Just for the right to keep the ring? That would be weird and more than a little annoying. Suddenly, Lionel understood something. Could the reason he was brought here to begin with be the reward itself? Lionel looked toward the paths of darkness ahead of him, and he felt a mysterious feeling. I see. Chapter 1905. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 58 seconds a.m. Chapter 1905. Regret if audio player doesn't work? Press stop, then play button again. Lionel understood. The reward was these paths. Using his placement in exchange, he had the ability to connect his spear domain to more paths. He wasn't sure what extra rewards would come with doing so, but he was sure that they couldn't be bad. Lionel didn't hurry to establish any connections, instead scanning them one by one. He realized that they weren't all created equal. In fact, the vast majority of them were what he would call dormant, as though he could have established a connection with them whenever he wanted without having to worry about passing the tribulation first. Though, of course, he would have had to have the strength to walk to the top of this peak to begin with, something he was quite far from doing. Suddenly, something sparked within Lionel's dreamscape. Could this have something to do with the oddity that occurred in the spear domain ring before? The one that brought the tribulation forward for him? A flickering light couldn't help but dance in Lionel's eyes for a while until he eventually shook his head. It would be a waste to use his rewards on these dormant paths. Lionel had a feeling that the point of his reward, and even maybe why Idrim had been so infuriated, was because of these rewards right here. What he should be targeting weren't the dormant ones, but the paths that had some resistance to them. Lionel felt that there was a limited number that he could take under his wing. Given his performance, the amount that he could ignore the resistance of was quite high, but there were exactly 6 of them that had a great amount of resistance despite this. And beyond there were about a dozen others that Lionel felt that even with his rewards, it was absolutely impossible to budge them. His eyes couldn't help but narrow. His performance was definitely the very best it could have been. He didn't think that it was possible to do anymore. In fact, Lionel was actually understating his performance. Of the 6 most resistant, aside from the dozen or so he couldn't budge at all, he had defeated 5 of them directly. Compared to others in his field, his performance wasn't just excellent, it was beyond excellent. A gold-grade evaluation simply wasn't able to cover it. That was when Lionel remembered something Urukai had called him, a suppressor. That title seemed to make it quite obvious that those with different tiers of spear force were sent to different tribulations. If he had allowed his spear force to enter the sixth dimension, he would have faced off against others with six-dimensional spear force, and the hill he had to climb to reach this point would have been both steeper and taller. That seemed to suggest that the paths he couldn't budge at all came from those taking higher-tier tribulations. Lionel's gaze narrowed, and he ignored them, turning back to the strong six. These ones were hard to budge, but it was possible. These six would have to be his target, namely, this one. Lionel's gaze landed on the strongest of the six. It wasn't by a large margin, minimal even. However, Lionel was confident in his senses. This was definitely the one, and there was a better than 80% chance that this one was Idrim's. Lionel grinned. He's going to be pissed. Good. With a sudden sharp gaze, a radiant spear crown appeared around Lionel's head, wafting with billowing clouds of violet and sharp golden spear blades. All at once, an enormous spear blade formed above Lionel's head and pierced forward with a blazing speed. Shoo! The rumbling thunder above seemed to react and surge forward as well. At that moment, in the vast emptiness, the vague outline of another peak formed. What was especially odd was that Lionel had the feeling that he was looking in the mirror, but the main difference was that rather than looking at himself, he was looking at the malevolent gaze of Idrim. The latter looked as though he was trying to bore a hole through Lionel's forehead. Crack! A small pane of glass separating the two cracked, and the image of Idrim twisted. Not enough. One more, Lionel thought to himself, gearing up for another strike. Right then, there was a sudden change. The cracked glass quickly reformed itself, and Idrim's figure vanished. In his place, an older man that seemed to be about 40 or 50 years old appeared in his stead. At a single glance, Lionel could only describe him as a Greek god. The man was absolutely perfect in all aspects. Even the infrequent strands of gray hair only seemed to make him look more noble. Child, I advise you to understand your limits. Lionel blinked. This was possible too? Wasn't this cheating? If you just switched owners of the ring at the last moment to a stronger person, then wouldn't you always be able to protect your territory from being snatched? Where was the justice? Where's that old man when I need him? Lionel mumbled. No, there shouldn't be such a blatant loophole. I don't believe it. Lionel's gaze narrowed, and an even large spear blade formed above his head, the rattling of the lightning above gathering momentum as well. With a flash of his irises, it surged forward, completely ignoring the older gentleman. The expression of the middle-aged man turned to one of fury as well. But interestingly enough, he didn't move a single inch, and soon Lionel understood why. The spear passed right through where the shattered glass should have been, appearing before the old man and passing right through him as well. At first, Lionel thought that nothing had happened, but soon the peak the older man stood upon split into two, trembling and then collapsing entirely. The man continued to look at Lionel, his expression as dark as could be. You will regret this, he said lightly. Doubt it, Lionel said with a smile and wave. Chapter 1906, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 57 seconds a.m. Chapter 1906. Obedient puppets. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The middle-aged didn't say anything as he vanished entirely. Bright light rebounded, and the spear domain world trembled. One after another, paths lit up, connecting with Lionel's world and unleashing a tidal wave of spear force in all directions. Lionel's heart skipped several beats. He realized at that moment that several of the dormant paths were connecting as well. At first he was confused until it all clicked. By targeting Idrim's spear domain, he had also gained all of the domains that Idrim had conquered. No, not just Idrim, but whoever had come before him. It was no wonder that the old man was so infuriated. Lionel was basically rating all of their hard work to this point. I hope the outcome is worth it. Although Lionel had smiled in the face of the man's provocations, he instinctively knew that that threat hadn't been empty. If all he got out of this was more spears, it would be a great disappointment. He already had more spears than he could use at once. and though it was true that he would gain more insight by absorbing the lives' work of more experts, he was already at the point of receiving diminishing returns. There were only so many that he could assimilate at once. This wasn't to say that it was bad to have so many. In fact, it could only be good. The main issue was whether the trade-off was worth making such an enraged and motivated enemy or not. If spears and memories were all he received, it truly wouldn't be. In fact, all of this would have pretty much been a waste of time, honestly. The lands below solidified, and worlds of spears appeared before Lionel, their strengths radiating. Lionel took a breath, feeling a strong sense of pride that seemed to come from nowhere at all. It crept up on him as though it had always been there. It was then that Lionel understood that it came not from him, but rather the spear domain ring itself. After a while, Lionel shook his head. It seemed that this was really all there was to it. How disappointing. It didn't seem that he had enough strength left to claim another one of the main six. From the feeling within him, his rewards were only enough to assimilate a lesser one. Lionel randomly chose a path he felt he had just enough left to grasp and targeted it. There was some faint resistance, but it was far weaker and was easily dealt with by Lionel. He couldn't even see the figure that appeared clearly. The size of this one, in the end, wasn't even 5% of Idrim's, but it still gave Lionel a nice boost, and everything settled in. Lionel felt a rush, and an energy seemed to be pulling him away. Looked like the reward-accepting process was over. He didn't fight it and let the spear domain take him away. If he stayed here without approval, he would have to withstand the pressure himself. If he did something that foolish, he would end up with his consciousness being destroyed and head likely die on the spot. Lionel's vision blurred one more, and then something suddenly caught hold of him. It felt as though a streak of lighting had collided with his mind, but rather than filling him with pain, it instead felt as though he was wide awake, too awake. He immediately realized that something was changing. A pulsing sensation took hold of the front of his mind, an increased number of folds manifesting and being layered onto one another. Very few would be so hyper-aware of this. It was only because of his ability index that Lionel knew exactly what was happening, and only because of it that he could clearly feel the changes. Lionel understood what was happening instantly. His spear domain lineage factor was evolving. The threshold he needed to reach to display certain abilities was being exponentially lowered, and the abilities that he could already use were beginning to cost him less and less to use. Right then, Lionel suddenly understood something else. By passing the tribulation, those with several spear domain territories would also undergo this evolution. It was no wonder those few dozen territories were so sturdy. Those must be individuals who had already undergone this process and had solidified their lineage factors to an untouchable degree, at least for the past Lionel. The location was the middle of the battlefield, and all seemed to have entered a defined ending. However, at that moment, the sound of a sharpening blade echoed out in all directions. Shine, shine, shine. Aina's hand lifted of its own accord, the ring on her finger levitating into the air until the golden silhouette of a nude figure appeared in the skies. He seemed to be formed entirely of spear force, his body itself exuding a majestic might capable of cutting anything in two. There was no lack of gazes that turned in that direction, the aura that radiated out from it feeling suffocating to an impossible degree. Suddenly, a line of spear force exploded forth, severing the earth beneath and the skies above. Unfortunately, the result of this was absolutely shocking. The formation, stabilized by the flagship itself, was cut in two as though it was nothing more than wet paper, torn to shreds beneath this power. Ruo-Orer! Lionel roared into the skies, gripping his fists as the golden lights that surrounded him concentrated into a radiant crown that rotated about his forehead. Maya was still exchanging a flurry of blows with Galerin, both strained and bloody. It looked as though neither would be satisfied until they both died. But the moment Maya saw this, her gaze flashed. Retreat! She roared at the top of her lungs. Lionel levitated in the skies in a daze, his eyes unfocused as his aura continued to rise. The spear force radiating from him continued to connect the earth and the skies, seemingly only intent on getting stronger without a care for what was around him. Even Aina had no choice but to retreat. Lionel seemed to have no idea that he had opened up a chance for his enemies to escape. In an unknown location, a roar laced with far more fury was echoing. Idrim drove his fist into a pillar that must have been at least 100 meters deep in diameter, shattering what had stood for countless years in just a single blow. Not far away, a familiar middle-aged man stood in silence, his expression dark as well. The loss of the spear domain ring wasn't just a matter of a lost treasure. It was a loss of countless generations of hard work. Losing it was a slap to the face of every warrior that had come before them. Who is he? How dare he? Does he not understand the rules? Idrim had never been this infuriated before. No, he doesn't. What? Idrim's head snapped toward the man. I caught a glimpse of his spear domain. It only had one domain and only had the aura of primitive tribulations, no complete tribulations. He's the first of his generation. Hearing this, Idrim didn't feel any better. In fact, his expression only became worse. I recognized the aura, though. They should have a true sovereign of the bow already. This is an unexpected variable. They have 2 true sovereigns now. The man fell into silence. Their world once had 3 true sovereigns, but now that was obviously no longer true. This was a huge loss. Their chance of surviving now. The past cannot be changed. Focus on the future. When the time comes, your future will be decided by whether or not you can get your own revenge. The middle-aged man looked toward the skies. There's not much time left. Right now, we can only be obedient puppets. Chapter 1907. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 1907. Easier if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The battlefield was entirely filled with Lionel's roar and the sound of sharpening blades. The spear was one of the most frequently used weapons, especially in such a battle, but that only made the sudden change even more exaggerated. One after another, spearmen of all shapes, sizes, genders, and even races suddenly found that they had no ability to control their weapons any longer. Some tried to struggle, but it felt entirely useless as their spears fought against them harder and harder. If things had ended at just this, it might have been fine, but suddenly those that didn't use spears at all found their weapons uncontrollably lowering as their spearman counterparts found their weapons rising. It seemed that not only was Lionel's aura forcing the spears to go wild, but it even directly suffocating the forces of other weapons, crushing them beneath the tidal wave that was his presence. The blinding lights of spear force concentrated into the radiant crown around Lionel's head and 2 blazing torches where his eyes should have been. At that moment, just when it seemed like it was over, Lionel's aura erupted once more, his spear force shredding past the barrier of the 5th dimension and entering the 6th. Those that sensed this not-so-subtle change couldn't help but freeze. 1. Realizing such oppression had come from a mere 5th-dimensional weapon force. And 2. Realizing that already oppressive aura was only becoming more suffocating. The only regions the Cloud race could use to escape were the scars that Lionel had created, but at the same time, it was those very same scars that Lionel's spear force was still being unleashed upon. Maya quickly realized with an exceptionally ugly expression that she was among the very few that could probably force her way through. Anyone beneath the 7th dimension couldn't even get close without being instantly shredded to pieces, and even for those that had crossed this barrier, the difficulty was not small. What made matters worse was that they didn't bring any large-scale flying treasures. They could only rely on their cloud figure movement technique to try to escape through the skies, but this left them even more vulnerable than normal. The sudden evolution of Lionel's spear force shredded those who were on the outskirts, waiting for an opportunity to pieces. Even to this point, Lionel wasn't aware of his surroundings. The forcefulness of his breakthrough was unlike anything he had ever experienced before, as though every fiber of his being was evolving. He was becoming about as different as he could become without becoming an entirely new person. It was a feeling he had never experienced before. Lionel had broken through many times before. He had even reforged his own body from nothing but his ethereal glabella before resetting himself to the very beginning. And yet even those experiences felt like nothing compared to this. The only way to describe it was being born. He was being birthed once again, reborn, reforged. On the ground below, the spearmen finally couldn't hold on any longer. Some of their spears directly turned to ash. The few that were somewhat better among them soared into the skies, adding to the shuddering aura of sharpening blades. At the same time, all other weapons plunged into the ground. Swords and sabers were buried to their hilts. Daggers seemed to vanish into endlessly deep pits. Polearms buried their blades, their polearms trembling above ground as though they didn't dare to show any more of themselves. The echo of Lionel's roar swallowed, even though itself. He became the very center of the world, his voice resounding through Earth's territory and even beyond, causing a shudder in all living things. When his lips finally closed, his roar continued even without his input. And when his eyes snapped open, the blinding spear light coming from them finally calming, the world seemed to fall into silence. Veins pulsed all across Lionel's body, the lean muscle tissue twitching with a sheen of sweat. Every aspect of his body seemed perfectly structured and immaculately sculpted, while also carrying a sharpness that felt inhuman. A silent hum of hovering spears surrounded Lionel. They seemed to become his eyes, pervading every crevice and crack of the battlefield as it left not a single stone unturned. Lionel's almost lazy gaze turned and landed on Maya. The last echoes of his spear force still blocked the scar above and below, but it definitely didn't seem like it would last much longer. Slowly, Lionel's lazy gaze sharpened and his brows furrowed. This was troublesome. The gap between him and Maya wasn't small, even after this evolution. He couldn't just casually try to stop the actions of a seventh-dimensional powerhouse. "Hey, UNC, what are you doing?" Galerin, who was still trying to get his breath while fixing up his clothing, couldn't help but fall into silence. "Didn't you just have a big and overwhelming breakthrough? Weren't you verve oriat in it a second aeon? Nin van kans thick nernlem tahioen with? Why were Vanakine far hell now? Shameless." Galerin mumbled, taking a breath and stabilizing himself. Slowly raising his palm, Galerin locked eyes with Maya and suddenly pressed out. Lionel grinned. "Leave the rest to me. No one beneath the seventh dimension will escape." Maya's hair was frayed, her lips were cracked with blood, and her chest heaved as she took deep breaths. Her nerves were at their absolute end, and her fury could hardly be put into words by now. Hearing Lionel's words seemed to push her way over the edge. She was so enraged that she laughed. Lionel had no one around him, and though he floated in the skies, whatever mysterious power had allowed it was quickly dissipating. With her senses, she was sure that it wouldn't last much longer. And yet, he still had the balls to say such a thing. "Hear me well, Cloud Race. Escape, but I want this boy's head severed first." Lionel blinked. "Did I say something wrong? Damn, is that kind of response even warranted?" Despite feigning innocence, Lionel's grin only widened as he raised his hands, the spear hovering around him trembling just once. "Thanks for making my job easier, though." Chapter 1908, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 52 seconds AM, Chapter 1908. Palpable if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. Maya's eyes widened, but it was already too late. Die. The spears moved as though they had minds of their own, raining down from the skies like Armageddon. To Maya, these events could only be said to be a blur. Watching her people get slaughtered like this left her without the will to retaliate. She only managed to gather up some strength when it seemed that her sons were about to be slaughtered next. But the end result of that was all of them being captured at once. Like this, The second infiltration of the cloud race was suffocated and restrained. Put on some clothes. Look at you. Aina finally got a hold of Lionel, exasperated. Lionel laughed. It's not my fault. Do you think I have a streaking fetish? You're narcissistic enough for it. Aina rolled her eyes. Is that your way of saying I look good? Can you say it clearer? Lionel bent down, so she said it into his ear, but in return he got a light bite to his earlobe. Behave, Aina said somewhat sternly. Are you sure you're the one who should be saying that? That felt kinky. Lionel mumbled. Aina was speechless. She couldn't help but think of James at that moment. The two of them really couldn't take anything seriously. By this point, she actually felt sort of bad for Ellerin. The latter was beaten to practically an inch of his life, but James' mouth was just too foul. Lionel smiled and stopped teasing Aina, looking toward the 4 pillars of black wood after he put on a pair of sweats. Their screams had been drowned out for a while, but now they were front and center once again. They were unfortunately in the 6th dimension, or else their vocal cords would have given in by this point. It seems that everything went well. I'm surprised. Was the cloud race really this incompetent? I have a feeling that they never took us seriously to begin with, and they paid for that. Lionel nodded. Using Guerreros as an entry point, Lionel had come to understand that the efforts of the cloud race in the human domain weren't necessarily holistic and well-coordinated. They had many different factions, each with their own thoughts on how to best deal with the human domain. Guerreros had been one, those that had infiltrated Shield Cross stars had been another, and Maya was yet another. Among this number, there were bound to be a few that were more incompetent than the others. Comparatively speaking, Guerreros' efforts and Captain Vimward's efforts weren't incompetent. They were just unlucky to have run into Lionel. Maya seemed to have been quite diligent and patient, but that was only if one used the perspective of a human. Due to the special ability of the cloud race, Maya was able to skip large amounts of time. Effectively, it was like falling into a dream for long periods of time and finding yourself to have woken up a year or two later. To the people of Earth, decades had passed, but to Maya, it may very well have only been a handful of months. She would judge the time based on how much of it she had personally experienced, not how much had actually passed. If things were framed like this, then Maya wasn't actually patient and diligent at all. She was just looking for the quickest path to victory, and she had suffered for it greatly. Lionel looked toward Maya and her 2 sons. He wondered if he could get information from them. It wasn't guaranteed due to the other ability of the cloud race to retreat into their own minds and induce a coma, but he hoped that Maya's activation of their race's trump card would hinder her ability to do so. Time will tell. Lionel's thoughts came to a pause as he suddenly looked in a certain direction. In the distance, a young man with a blade wound through his shoulder stood in silence. They must have been separated by at least a kilometer, and yet they might as well have been right in front of one another, given their vision. The two didn't say a single word, and silence fell. The battle had long since come to an end. Of the thousands of cloud race there had been, only a few dozen remained. There were simply no other battles to fight, and Earth had withstood another tribulation. Aina blinked, looking from Lionel to James and back again. She sighed inwardly, stubborn, indeed. Objectively, it was true that James had betrayed Lionel. That said, Aina didn't believe that James ever wanted Lionel's death. Although it was a bit naive, he likely believed that the worst thing that would have happened to Lionel back then was a period of imprisonment. Lionel likely understood this as well, or else he would have never made any plans that required trusting someone who legitimately wanted his death. No matter what James had done was wrong, and more than a little stupid. He had seen that the Royal Blue Fort was willing to use explosives against Lionel, even at the expense of the lives of innocents, and yet he still thought that Lionel would live if he was caught. That was a dangerous amount of ignorance. Even so, that ignorance had stemmed from his blind trust in his father, something that Lionel was very obviously guilty of as well. In addition, on the other hand, Lionel had been aware that James was struggling with something at the time, but rather than getting a sure answer of what was going on, he did what he always did, moving those around him as though they were puzzle pieces to fit into his own worldviews. That was a frustration that had been bubbling up within James for a long time, and it had almost frothed over after the championship game, before it finally couldn't be held back any longer after their last exchange of words that day, so many years ago. Suddenly, the two men began to walk toward one another at the same time. They were separated by over a kilometer, and yet it only seemed to take the both of them a few steps until they stood no more than a half-meter apart from nose to nose. The silence was palpable, and the atmosphere was even heavier. Bang! Two fists moved at once, Lionel's landing on James' cheek, and James landing on Lionel's nose. Both spewed out a mouthful of blood, taking a single step back before they charged toward one another, butting heads and clasping palms. Bang! A concentrated blast of air rippled out in all directions. Chapter 1909. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 51 seconds a.m. Chapter 1909. Bets if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. Teeth and blood flew. Lionel grit his teeth. This son of a bitch really had a hard head. Hard-headed son of a bitch, James said through gritted teeth. Lionel craned his neck back in response, smashing forward again. Not to be one to lose out, James craned his own and followed suit. The sound of their foreheads clashing was akin to two slabs of metal, their brains rattling around as though jello on a plate. Even so, the two didn't seem to notice as they reeled back and smashed forward again. Lionel's knee suddenly drove up with a hop, catching James off guard and nailing him right in the chin. James' grip on Lionel's hands loosened as he stumbled back. Lionel tried to follow up with a winding kick, but James trapped it to his hip with an arm lock, roaring once as he lifted Lionel to the air and swung him toward the ground. Lionel reacted quickly, twisting the position of his knee in James' hold and rounding the ladder's back. With a swift movement, he threw his other leg over James' head and over his shoulder before locking in a solid headlock. James tilted over, the momentum he had gathered while trying to throw Lionel, causing him to fall to the ground. His father almost immediately went red, then purple as Lionel's hold around his neck tightened again and again. With a slight wind-up, James drove a solid elbow into Lionel's liver as though he had eyes in the back of his head. Lionel gasped for air, his whole body threatening to shut down completely. It was just a short lapse, but James used the opportunity to reach his hands back and grab toward Lionel's shoulders. When James realized that Lionel wasn't wearing a shirt, he changed tactics and grabbed the ladder's head, roaring out as he flipped Lionel over his head and smashed him toward the ground. The wind rushed out of Lionel's lungs, but he didn't have time to react as James' foot descended. Lionel flipped to his side once, dodging out of the way and palming the ground. He spun on his palm, sweeping his legs out and kicking James' own out from under him. James lost his footing, tumbling to the ground. Before he could regain his bearings, Lionel had already scrambled over, sliding into a perfect armbar that left James' joints on the verge of bending in the wrong direction. Lionel drove his hips upward, pinning down James' face and chest with his legs. The pain shot through James' body in waves, and his arm was truly about to snap in two. But right then, he used his free hand to slap at the ground with such force that an enormous crater appeared beneath them as the two flew into the air. A sickening pop echoed as James dislocated his own shoulder, but he used the added flexibility to shift positions. As the two fell from the air and his elbow was on the verge of popping as well, he made sure that they fell with Lionel's head first. They rushed toward the ground like a pair of streaking meteors attached at the hip. Boom! Lionel's head collided with the ground, burrowing into it. He was immediately left in a daze. However, at the final moment, he had still managed to break James' arm at the elbow before the impact forced him to loosen his arm. Fuck! They both cried out at the same time. James stumbled back from the impact, cradling his dislocated shoulder and broken arm. As for Lionel, he barely managed to pull his head out of the ground, but his legs wobbled and his vision blurred. Their gazes met for just a brief moment before they charged forward again, James with one arm and Lionel like he was some sort of drunk driver on legs. Bang! They tackled one another, but ended up spinning off the side and tumbling to the ground again. They quickly stood and rushed toward one another again, throwing out fists and kicks. Quite frankly, if it wasn't for the fact neither had used force or any abilities, there would be no doubt that they were trying to kill one another. At the edge of the ever-erowing crater, Aina watched speechless. Man, she shook her head. At this point, she preferred if they had decided to be passive-aggressive and petty instead. She had a few tips for that path. Joel and the others appeared as well, but they seemed to take things very differently. "Who you got?" Raj asked. "Cap's already on those Bambi legs. Classic CT." Milan nodded like an expert. "He won't last another dozen exchanges." James by TKO. Franco shook his head. "No way. James only working with one arm. He's cooked, fried, sautéed, if you will. Cap's got him by the balls." "What? Are you willing to bet?" Milan grinned. "I got a dozen kilograms, 7th dimensional. What is this? Do I look like a beggar to you?" "Pony up," Milan said with disdain. "Women are expensive." Franco protested. "Don't drag me down just because you're single." "Ho ho, I didn't know that being whipped was something to brag about now." Milan laughed harder. Franco wanted to protest, but thinking about Joyce and her fists, he didn't even have the face to even try to refute. "Franco's just poor," Raj laughed. "I've got 1,000 kilograms right here on Cap. Do you dare, meathead?" Milan, who had been feeling smug, suddenly choked on his breath. His head whipped around, and he glared at Raj. Not all of them could form diamonds out of thin air. Raj laughed so hard his belly rolled in waves. Boom! A sudden collision caused all of their heads to snap over. SSSSS. Milan grimaced. "Yeah, that doesn't look too good." Down below, both Lionel and James had kicked each other in the balls at the same time. It didn't look like it had been on purpose, but who knew with those two madmen? The both collapsed at the same time, writhing on the ground with tears coming out of their eyes. Chapter 1910, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 42 seconds a.m., Chapter 1910. 3. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again, Lionel coughed. Son of a bitch. He held onto his balls as though he was cradling precious porcelain. His eyes threatened to pop out of their sockets, veins writhing across his forehead. "Fuck," James gasped. "Even your balls are hard. Why does my foot hurt?" "Did sis put a chastity belt on you? Damn, how whipped are you?" "Fuck you," Lionel wheezed, his eyes tearing. "Forget your foot, what about mine? I would have thought fucking all those prostitutes finally caught up to you and your dick fell off. I swear I hit nothing but bone." "Don't mention that to me. That's still a sore spot," James whimpered. He still had no idea if Samoa was a real person or not, or if he had been toyed with the entire time. How annoying. Finally got your heart broken, huh? I tried to warn you. It was only a matter of time. My heart is just fine, as strong as a bull. A bull? That explains a lot. James used what strength he had left and kicked dirt toward Lionel's face, causing him to breathe it in and cough. "Sorry, my bull tendencies are acting up again," James sneered. The two paused for a moment before they burst into a fit of laughter. Although it was described like this, one would have thought two lions were roaring. With their current level of strength, just their hearty laughter alone caused the earth to quake and the clouds to disperse. It could only be described as valiant. Moments later, the two struggled to their feet, ending up leaning on one another just to stand. The tenderness between their legs didn't allow them to walk normally. "Bloody hell, you've gotten taller," James said speechlessly. He was used to being taller than Lionel, but only now did he realize that Lionel was actually taller than him by at least 3 inches now. "Guess you didn't drink enough milk," Lionel said with a sneer. "Fuck you, you grew almost an entire foot, that's not milk. Tell me the truth, what have you been pinning?" "Pinning?" Lionel was confused for a second before he burst into a fit of laughter. Back in their royal blue days, one could imagine that steroids were rampant. For many youths who were only 3- or 4-star professionals, Their positions were reliant on their performance. Plus, with the advancement in technology, only the most horrific kind of steroids actually still had poor side effects. So it was unsurprising that its abuse was everywhere. It had just been so long since Lionel heard of something so mundane that he couldn't help but burst into a fit of laughter. James rubbed his nose, his other arm still wrapped around Lionel's shoulder. I know I'm hilarious, but if you keep laughing so hard, I'm going to think you've fallen in love with me. Lionel looked over toward James seriously, looking him up and down to the point the latter felt his spine tingling with a weird feeling. He suddenly felt the need to back away. You're not nearly handsome enough for that, Lionel said seriously, shaking his head. James was speechless. Hey, I ranked 1,034th on the eligible minor list. I must be way higher now. I could be a runway model if I really wanted. Lionel looked at James with no small hints of disdain. 1,034th? You don't feel ashamed? Plus, how long has it been since you've been a minor? Talk about peaking in high school. James grinned. If you were jealous about only being ranked 3,021st back then, just say so. The have-nots always want to pretend like such things don't matter. How petty. Okay, all right. Raj roared from above. How about you too, Garoom? This lovey-dovey shit is making me sick. Raj, you still haven't lost any weight after all these years. James rebutted. Your bitch loves these rolls. Why would I get rid of them? Excuse me. James covered his mouth, trying his best not to burst into a fit of laughter as a young woman he recognized as one of Aina's best friends appeared by Raj. Raj opened his mouth to respond, but immediately went red, not daring to look toward Yuri. He had gotten swept up in a moment and forget that they weren't in the boys' locker room any longer. That damn James did this on purpose, definitely. HM, Yuri questioned again. James finally couldn't hold it in any longer, laughing so hard that he fell over and pulled Lionel down with him. When he saw that Lionel didn't dare to laugh and was making eye contact with Aina while pleading his innocence, he only laughed harder. Soon, Milan and Gil joined in, unable to hold back. The ambience was warmer than it had been in a long time. While Earth had just finished fighting back another calamity, the situation on planet Morales was growing more heated. While the conference had yet to begin, the number of powerhouses converging was steadily growing in number. Whether it was individual powerhouse families like the Suiad family, or large networks of alliances like the Constellation families and the various craftsman guilds, not a single one missed this opportunity. Everyone had come to realize that this generation's air wars would become a flashpoint, a split road of sorts for the human domain. Its outcome, as impossible to predict as it was, would maybe become the most important event in the whole of their history. At that moment, a particular youth had recently exited his seclusion. He stood in front of the partial ruins of the Sword faction, his visage expressionless. He hadn't been present when Lionel returned, and as such he could do nothing as the Sword faction was humiliated. Even now, those scars had yet to heal. Even so, he didn't seem to care very much about this at all. He had been entirely focused on other things. The sword domain ring on his finger glowed, the sound of a sword howl filling the air. He was suddenly very interested in these air wars. If Idrim's father had been there, he would have realized that he had made quite a substantial mistake. There weren't two true sovereigns in this world, there were three. Chapter 1911, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 40 seconds a.m., Chapter 1911. Painted if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel sat on his heels by Ellerin, his sigh painted in the depth of his eyes. Seeing Ellerin here like this, beaten unconscious by James, he already knew that Old Hutch was dead. If it was anyone else who had killed Old Hutch, Lionel would have already flown into a rage. He hadn't seen Hutch for a very long time, and during their interactions a few months ago, it hadn't been for very long. However, Lionel still felt that he owed a lot to this man. As a man of the Fox Imperial family, he owed Hutch due to his sacrifices. This man had given up so much for his duty, and he deserved nothing short of respect. He had done things that even Lionel wouldn't claim himself able to do. As a man who lived for himself, though, he owed Hutch even more. This man was someone who had mentored him, and although they had never seen eye to eye, he was the one who laid the foundation for Lionel's spearmanship. Now seeing the man who had killed him, Lionel would have thought that he would be infuriated to the point of killing him outright. But knowing that this was Hutch's grandson, he found it difficult to do so. Although Hutch would never ask him to spare Ellerin out of his own duty, that didn't mean that he wouldn't hope for this to happen. Lionel thought for a moment, not entirely sure of what to do. A shadow passed by him, and James appeared. He was a tough one. For what it sounds like, he went down pretty easily, Lionel said with a raised eyebrow. Well, that's because in me, James laughed before becoming serious. His ability index is very powerful. If not for the fact that I can completely counter it, things wouldn't have ended so simply. It seems to me that he placed a lot of effort on learning to control his ability index, mostly because it was so difficult to use. It also benefited him because his ability index is so powerful. But once he lost it, he couldn't output even 1% of his power as a result. What was his ability index? James explained it as best as he could. Most of it came from his own instincts, so the details were fuzzy, but this alone was enough for Lionel's eyes to narrow in understanding. A time-based ability index. Indeed, Ellerin would be quite alone in this aspect. James had done quite well to take his own ability index to the extreme, but it also had to be considered how common James' ability index was. Although James was fairly alone, the amount of information he could find on the energy shield ability index was practically endless. Just for context, even within their friend group alone, James wasn't the only one with it. There was still Milan who had this ability index as well. However, for Ellerin, he probably didn't even know what the 5 tiers of his ability index was. Usually, tiers were created after observing tens of thousands, usually millions of people with the same ability index. Only then could an accurate assessment of the tiers be made. But with such a rare ability, how could such a thing be possible? Ellerin probably didn't even know which of the tiers he fell into, and he likewise wouldn't know how to improve his ability index without fumbling around on his own. And even then it would be imperfect. For all Ellerin knew, he was improving his ability index down the wrong path. With so much on his plate, how could he have time to hone other abilities? Outside of his blade, he had nothing. But in James' domain, even that was rendered useless. Honestly, Lionel couldn't think of many who could defeat James, but he could think of many that would have performed a lot better. The main weakness of James' domain was obvious. He could sap away atmospheric force, but that did nothing to the force inside of your body. Unfortunately for Ellerin, his ability index was entirely reliant on observing outside forces and then executing his next steps based on that. When James said he perfectly countered Ellerin, he wasn't lying. After a long while of silence, Lionel exhaled and pressed a finger forward, pushing it down onto Ellerin's forehead. At that moment, Ellerin suddenly reacted, and his blade shot out with a great amount of speed. He didn't seem to be awake at all, but his body still reacted instinctually. Even so, James reacted faster, an energy shield appearing between Lionel's neck and the blade. Without any more fanfare, the blade was stopped, and Lionel's finger pressed on Ellerin's forehead. A seed was formed, and Ellerin was quickly bound to Lionel much like Harmony had been. Ellerin's eyes struggled to open, but in doing so, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The blurriness in his eyes were too great, and he couldn't see anything above him. The sun felt far too bright. At that moment, though, a warm current passed over him and seemed to alleviate the worst of his injuries somewhat. Ellerin's vision finally cleared, but when he saw that it was Lionel who was above him, his expressionless gaze turned cold. At this moment, he didn't see Lionel. He saw a member of the Fox Imperial family. The difference was subtle, and yet it made all the difference. "I would retract that gaze if I were you," Lionel said coldly. "Not only is your life in my hands, but a person willing to murder their own grandfather like you has no right to look at me or anyone like that for that matter." Regardless of what you think the imperial family is guilty of, at the very least it's not patricide. Whether you want to or not, it'll make you slave for your whole life for the sake of the cause your grandfather devoted himself to. Maybe then, when you die, you'll be able to look him in the eye. Lionel's voice was cold and carried not the slightest hint of care. Even facing Elloren's hostile gaze, he was unmoved. As far as he was concerned, allowing Elloren a chance to live was already his act of mercy. He owed him nothing else. Chapter 1912, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 16 seconds a.m., Chapter 1912. Necessary if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Lionel sat in silent meditation, trying to feel the changes to his body. The changes previously had happened far too quickly, and he wasn't sure what had actually happened to his body. He wasn't even aware of having become a so-called true sovereign. He had heard about true sovereigns before, but he knew next to nothing about them. He wasn't sure what the separation was, and even after becoming one, he only had a faint inkling. For example, when his aura had flooded outward previously, it wasn't just that spears had reacted to him, but other weapons were suppressed as well. Previously, Lionel couldn't even influence spears from a distance. They had to actually attack him for him to be able to negate them. But now he seemed to have an area of effect on not just spears, but all weapons to a certain extent. It was a mysterious sort of feeling, and it made him see through the uniqueness of weapon forces all the more. Not only did they seem to have a strong link with his soul, but they seemed to be linked to one another in a special sort of way as well. Of course, this was the case for all forces. After all, due to his fire affinity, Lionel could somewhat suppress and control all other fires, though not to such an exaggerated effect. If weapons forces were forces, as was natural, then it only made sense for a high affinity in one to have such an impact. But the oddity of this lied in its connection with the soul. Weapon forces almost seemed unique to the person. There was such a huge variety among them that it was almost impossible to account for them all. It was even to the point that two spear forces could feel entirely different from one another. When things were looked at like this, it almost felt weird that a person could use some arbitrary connection to influence others at all. However, that was just the first layers of oddity. Setting weapon forces aside, almost all other forces existed without human input. Whether or not there were conscious beings alive, fire force, water force, wind force, etc., would have to exist no matter what. Beyond that, the likes of spatial force and time force were tied into the very fabric of reality itself. That said, if all weapon forces were suddenly wiped from existence right this moment, what would happen? The answer was nothing. Interestingly enough, there was one other force that was exactly like that as well. Dream force, or more accurately, its root, soul force. Ultimately, dream force was just the root of human consciousness. It didn't need to exist for the universe to exist, right? Something about that conclusion just didn't sit right with Lionel, but it somehow felt logically sound. If weapon forces could be erased without consequence, there was no reason for dream force to be any different. Both were reliant on the existence of living beings, and the universe didn't need such a thing to function. After all, 999% of the dimensional verse was void of any life at all. It was clearly not needed. Even in meditation, Lionel couldn't help but frown. There was something wrong with this conclusion. If the metric was how little of the force existed in the grand scheme, then the universe technically didn't need any force whatsoever, because 999% of the universe was also empty space. Although there had been a ton of research on dark matter on third-dimensional Earth, there were never any solid conclusions, and Lionel had never heard of an equivalent in the dimensional verse. If the metric was instead necessity, you could try to argue that no force was technically necessary. There were planets and even entire galaxies with center force concentrations so high that only a single kind could be found. Is that true? Or is it rather the case that other forces are there, but just in incredibly low concentrations? Lionel felt that he was going around in circles. He didn't even know what his original hypothesis was. What was he even trying to conclude? If I wanted to prove that a force was necessary or unnecessary, I would need to understand it so fundamentally enough to create a theory of the dimensional verse, a theory that could explain everything. Who am I to say that dream force isn't necessary? And by extension, that weapon forces aren't necessary? If I created the dimensional verse from scratch and left it to its own devices, could I say with 100% certainty that life wouldn't appear? That seems like a logical fallacy. Given the vastness of a universe, so long as enough planets and stars and solar systems and galaxies appear, life is bound to be formed. And if life is bound to be formed, then dream force is bound to be formed. And if dream force is bound to be formed, then derivatives of weapon forces are bound to exist. When you frame things this way, isn't dream force and weapon force just as inevitable as any other force in existence? Who says that there isn't a fundamental law of nature that almost guarantees the creation of life? Necessary. The space around Lionel continued to tremble, growing more and more fierce with each passing moment. Spear force seemed to manifest from nothing at all, becoming extensions of life ripped out from the atmosphere no differently from any other force. Lionel suddenly found that just like he could use his mage core to control atmospheric fire force or spatial force or light force, he was actually also able to find strands of spear force as well. No, he didn't find spear force, he birthed it. He made it necessary. By virtue of his existence, by virtue of the fact he was a living being who exuded dream force, he necessitated the existence of weapon forces. He necessitated the existence of spear force. Bang! Bang! The world quaked, and Lionel's aura began to surge. Lionel still didn't have a theory of existence. Such a thing was far too beyond him. However, his very thinking itself had shifted. He realized that he had been wrong in his approach all this time. Mastering the spear wasn't about deducing it like some sort of formula. However, mastering the spear also wasn't about listening to it as though it could whisper its truths to you either. Even so, Lionel had no choice but to admit that old Hutch's approach had been far closer to the truth than he had. From the very beginning, Lionel had treated the spear like some synthetic creation separate from other forces because it seemed man-made. But now he saw something different. His perspective shifted, and he saw spear force for what it was. Necessary. Spear force was no less naturally occurring than any other force in existence. In that instant, let alone the door to the seventh dimension, Lionel sensed the door to the eighth. Whether it was his spear force or his bow force, the blows to both felt like they had been blown wide open. Lionel's body trembled, and a shocking pulse of bow force radiated out from his body. His bow force, which had always been a delicate white color, began to shimmer and change, becoming more and more gold with every passing second until it suddenly became no less resplendent than his spear force. The barrier to Tier 5 shattered, and then the barrier to Tier 6 shattered right after it. In one single step, Lionel crossed from Tier 4 of the 6th dimension to Tier 7. Chapter 1913. Published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 14 seconds a.m. Chapter 1913. Hoped if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, a pillar of blinding golden light shot into the skies, revolving with mighty blades. Spear and bow force spiraled about one another, piercing the veil of the skies and echoing across the human domain with the howl of blades. Lionel's gaze flashed open, a sharp golden light echoing in countless ripples before they slowly calmed. Sitting in silence, Lionel didn't move immediately. Inwardly, he felt as though there was a natural flow to his breakthroughs, one that made them seamlessly stack on top of one another and stream from one to the next effortlessly. This sounded ridiculous. After all, Lionel entered the 6th dimension with Dimensional Cleanse. He crossed into Tier 3 using Dream Force. Then he crossed the watershed of Tier 3 and Tier 4 using Earth Force. and now he crossed into Tier 7 using spear and bow force. It was nonsensical to think that he was flowing from one to the next smoothly, and in fact, it felt quite ridiculous. However, the more Lionel thought about it, the more beautiful he felt it was. To Tier 3, he had expanded his views on Dream Force. The Demoness had such a grasp of Dream Force that others just thinking about her existence would alert her. It was a level of control and comprehension that even the current Lionel couldn't hope to fathom, and he couldn't even quite see the road to reaching such a level just yet. To enter Tier 4, he expanded his views on Earth Force. He realized that Earth Force wasn't some intangible object, and it was actually a fundamental part of life. The human body couldn't survive with the perfect balance of minerals within it, and this was something that could only be carried on by Earth Force. On the surface, Earth Force and its constituents could simply be classified as inorganic, and this would fundamentally be true. However, at a deeper layer, it was more than just that. And now, there was Spear Force and Bow Force. Ironically, much like he had with Earth Force, he realized now that weapon forces weren't as inorganic as he had once thought, and from a certain perspective, they were necessary. The flow from Dream Force, the foundation of life, and then subsequently toward the comprehension of forces he hadn't given enough credit in the past. He seemed to be moving toward the extremities of creation and the secret of life, something that left him fascinated, especially since his most fundamental ability was apparently as a destruction sovereign. He didn't believe it was a coincidence, and things were flowing as they pleased. Once the time came, he would relay his foundation by going through dimensional cleanse as he had before, then he would need to go and get the 7th dimensional layer. He hadn't expected to reach Tier 7 before the Air Wars even began, but now that he had, this would make things far easier. I hope you guys will make things interesting. Lionel chuckled to himself, standing to his feet. Everyone, Lionel's voice echoed. Let's go set the world on fire. Lionel walked out of his room with a booming laughter, but when he looked outside, he found everyone lazing around. James, who was snoring on the couch, opened an eye and waved a hand. Morales territory is how many light years from here? What are you yelling for? Let me sleep. Lionel looked around speechlessly for a moment. Was he the only one with any energy left? Everyone seemed completely spent. You guys fought just one war, and you're already finished. I'm embarrassed for you, Lionel said, shaking his head. In response, a rain of pillows flew toward Lionel, and he could only laugh and dodge out of the way. Indeed, it seemed that everyone needed a rest. That was no big deal. There was still a ton of time. The conference was only starting around now, and he was sure that the Morales would stall a bit more after that, so they easily had several months before they had to make a move. HM? Lionel suddenly looked in a particular direction. With a wave of his hand, the doors of the flagship opened up, and Noah appeared with Jessica by his side. The two landed on the bow of the ship, and though they were a hint surprised by the sudden opening of the doors, they strolled in nonetheless. When Noah saw Lionel, he hesitated, feeling a hint embarrassed and another hint complicated. The last time they talked, Noah had proudly stated that he would remain and protect Earth. However, not even a few weeks later, he had embarrassed himself, let alone protecting Earth. He couldn't even defeat a single threat. If not for James, he would have died at Ellerin's hands, and if not for Lionel's plans and Ana's direction. He didn't even want to think about what might have happened. Even his father ended up severely injured after that battle. And what had he been able to do? Absolutely nothing. Lionel smiled when he saw Noah. Come in, come in. I was just talking about how lazy these guys are. They can learn a thing or two from you. Noah smiled bitterly. He knew that Lionel was trying to make him feel better, but someone who was as internally driven as Noah wouldn't be so easily appeased. If anything, such an approach only made him feel worse. It felt like he was burdening others with his emotions. Seeing this, Lionel smiled and didn't say anything like that again. We're all just relaxing. You two come and sit. Noah lowered his head. Lionel, do you mind if you want to join the Air Wars? I thought you'd never ask, Lionel said happily. I was really disappointed when you said you wouldn't join before. Hearing this, Noah felt the weight on his chest lighten considerably, and he gave Lionel a grateful look. The first time the two met, they battled. He had never thought that they would have such a relationship today. He didn't know if the Air Wars had his answers, but he truly hoped so. Chapter 1914, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 13 seconds a.m. Chapter 1914. Waves if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Alejandro Morales sat in silence. Compared to the brewing rage he had had 3 months ago, he was currently the picture of perfect calm. He sat at the very top of a pillar that was at least 100 kilometers tall. All around him, there were similar pillars, but even the tallest one of them was only 80 kilometers tall. Although Alejandro didn't say anything, an invisible barrier surrounded him. It was clear that no one else was welcome to sit on his pillar. If one wanted to participate in this gathering, they would have to fight for the lesser pillars. The dignity of the Morales wasn't something a mere few loud voices could infringe upon. One after another, powerhouses appeared around planet Morales. With their sharp eyesights, even from so far above, they could see this setup completely. Many of their expressions darkened, but there was little that they could do. They had already pushed the Morales to this point. It was impossible to ask for more at this point. One at a time, the organizations and families that had chosen to participate sent forward one representative each. They descended from the skies with dignity and arrogance between their brows, each one very much used to ruling over trillions. They all represented the very pinnacle of the seventh dimensional and were existences that functioned as the backbone of the human domain. One of the first was an older woman wearing fluttering green robes. Despite the dignity between her brows, she still had some of the tender lines of youthful beauty that had aged akin to fine wine on her features. She was Inabella, a powerhouse of the Tier 9 7th dimension, and a current pillar of the Virer family, which Lionel had quite some contentious interactions with in the Void Palace. The fact that she wasn't the matriarch of her family, but rather an elder with even higher status than that, spoke volumes. She was considered to be an ancestor of her family, but she had no choice but to greet someone who was technically her junior in Alejandro as though they were equals. But the unfortunate truth was that, in this situation, they were. The moment she entered the region of the pillars that pierced the skies like spears, her flight wavered and she nearly fell from the skies. She teetered, clenching her jaw in silence as she tried to maintain her steady flight, taking a breath and walking through the air with her best feigned attempt. From start to finish, Alejandro never opened his eyes, even a single time. After a while of struggling, Inabella finally managed to land on a pillar that was 60 kilometers tall, landing stably. Although she looked up toward Alejandro with a hint of coldness in her eyes, she didn't say anything as she sat and crossed her legs and began to recuperate. Those that were waiting on the outside watched this with solemn expressions. Inabella was quite famous in her day, and she had also been a domain-ranked disciple of the Void Palace. And yet, she had only been able to claim a 60-kilometer-tall pillar. The worst part was that the lowest pillar there stood at 50 kilometers tall. In this context, 10 kilometers was too small of a gap. Those families that were substantially weaker than the Virer family had on especially ugly expressions. If even the Virer family was like this, what chance did they stand? They realized that riding the wave to condemn the Morales family wouldn't be as easy as they thought it would be in the beginning. Numbers were quite useless in the face of absolute strength. After some hesitation, dozens of families chose to withdraw, while some became even more selective with who they sent forward. Soon, a new batch came forward. They were much more prepared for the sudden pressure in comparison to Inabella, but even so, their performance wasn't much better. In fact, not a single one managed to reach the 60-kilometer pillars, all of them accumulating along the most numerous 50-kilometer pillars. In fact, some of them still overestimated themselves, falling to the ground below red-faced and embarrassed. While none of the failures died, They had no choice but to walk at the pace of a mortal to leave the area of the suppression, only to become the scrutiny of everyone above. Witnessing others being embarrassed to such an extent only made others less and less likely to participate. It took a very long while before the next 60-kilometer pillar was filled, this time by an older man. This was a gentleman that would be very familiar to Lionel. He was an elder of the Thrusting Skies sector, Malstar Skies. However, to everyone's shock, Malstar's toes only tapped the 60-kilometer pillar for a split second, being he pierced forward like a streaking arc of lightning, appearing on a 70-kilometer pillar and exhaling a slight breath. Annabella's eyes snapped open and her pupils constricted. Malstar and her should have been on the same level. How could he possibly land on a pillar higher than herself? Although he had used a lower pillar for leverage, Annabella had experienced that pressure herself. If it was so easy, she would have done it herself. The only explanation was that Malstar was stronger than her now, at least in movement technique. Malstar didn't seem to notice the expressions of everyone else, landing on the pillar with a calm expression and sitting in silence. Annabella frowned, but she could do nothing. Trying to reach the 70-kilometer pillar now, and likely failing, would only make her lose face. She had no choice but to swallow this. There were enough that had failed that while Malstar's performance was shocking, it wasn't enough for attention to be turned to her inadequacies. As for Alejandro, he likewise said nothing, not even opening his eyes. There weren't any rules. If you could figure out a loophole, more power to you. He couldn't be bothered to give a damn. At that moment, several powerful pressures came from above, new groups descending in waves. Chapter 1915, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:47 and 11 seconds a.m., Chapter 1915. Silence if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button again. The vast majority that descended could only take up 50-kilometer tall pillars. However, as time passed, more and more powerful existences began to make their presences known. After Annabella, a group of organizations appeared swiftly, all three of which were actually prominent religions taking their place on the 60-kilometer pillars. There was the Evergreen religion, the Zoltene faith, and the final was the third largest religion of the human domain, the Star Faith. The Star Faith was quite mysterious in that they didn't worship a person, but rather a force. Their belief was that the most fundamental force in existence was Star Force, acting as the foundation of all things. Unsurprisingly, their people tended to have exceptional Star Force affinity, as this was believed by them to make these individuals the harbingers of the universe's will. The numbers of the 60-kilometer pillars were swiftly filled much like the 50-kilometer pillars before them. And then, slowly but surely, powerhouses that could occupy the 70-kilometer pillars began to appear one after another. Smaller families of the Constellation Bow alliance fell into this category. The Hawk family, the Hood family, the Elven family. Not far behind them were the families that upheld the spearmanship. These are the families that mostly made up the stalwart polearm party. Among this number, there were quite a few that preferred weapons like the glaive and halberd as well. The Croft family, the Sterling family, the Diablo family. At that moment, the howl of a sword echoed over the horizon. The sudden change caused many that were focused on reaching their target pillars to waver slightly, the strong surge causing their pupils to constrict. At first, many assumed that the Seward family was making the appearance, but after some thought, they felt that it was simply impossible. There was no way that the Seward family would allow the Morales family to casually change the narrative. If they were going to appear, their current attempt would be far more forceful than just this. The Cena family. An older gentleman with long, fluttering eyebrows appeared over the horizon. He cut through the air like a sword, a formation of blades hovering around him as he sliced through the pressure as though it was nothing more than a thin wind. Bang! He landed heavily on an 80-kilometer pillar, his sharp, sword-like gaze landing on Alejandro, who continued to sit unmoved on the 100-kilometer pillar. There weren't even any 90-kilometer pillars to make use of. This was already the furthest he could go unless he was willing to battle it out with Alejandro. The Morales had clearly done this on purpose. Making it so that 80 kilometers was the highest would diminish the prestige of all the highest-level families. The Suyard family was definitely on a far higher level than his Sina family. But wouldn't they have to obediently pick out an 80-kilometer pillar? The older man sneered, his aura flourishing. However, he did nothing and he remained silent. He felt that it was beneath him to speak to a junior like Alejandro. In his youth, he was collectively known as the twin sword along with the current ancestor of the Suyard family. That ancestor was known as the light sword, and he was known as the shadow sword, both literally and figuratively. The relationship of the Sina and Suyard families weren't exactly like master and subordinate, and was much more complex than that. But even setting such a thing aside, just his status alone was far beyond just pettiness. After releasing his aura to make his displeasure known, he said nothing else and sat in meditation. He wondered if Alejandro would be able to remain so nonchalant in a few more moments. The appearance of a shadow sword seemed to have unleashed an avalanche onto Morales territory. One after another, the constellation families began to appear one after another, each one carving paths toward the 80-kilometer pillars. The Gamin family, the Libra family, the Tor family, the Terrius family, the Pius family, the Cornus family, the Cancer family, the Ram family, the Virgo family, the Aquarius family, the Pisc family, the Leo family. The uproarious laughter of Vanuzzi Leo echoed through the skies, dispersing the clouds and causing the narrow pillars to sway from side to side. Many of the weaker existences were forced to grit their teeth and unleash their force to forcefully stabilize themselves. Behind the constellation families came the number one religion of the human domain. Their representative was a young woman with thick and large sleeves that hid her hands in a clasp of prayer. A halo hung above her head, and it seemed very much real. It didn't seem to be a gimmick or even something forcefully created by force. Even if it was, she was simply too beautiful for others to lambast. This young woman was known as a demigoddess to their religion, a young woman with spiritual blood running through her veins. This was the spiritual faith, the strongest religion of the human domain, and one that worshipped not a person, nor a force, but rather an entire race. This was a religion of people who believed that the spirituals were elevated humans, and that only by seeking their guidance and cleansing oneself could you transcend oneself, could you transcend humanity and become a spiritual as well. If the strongest factions of the human domain were to be listed, there was no doubt that the spiritual faith would be among them, although they were often neglected. The Morales, the Suyards, the Constellation Alliance, the Guild Alliance, Shield Cross Stars, the Void Palace, and finally, the spiritual faith. Of these powerhouses, 3 had arrived. But in keeping with the humble nature necessitated by her religion, the demi-goddess didn't fight for a higher place, simply gliding to a position on an 80-kilometer pillar. At that moment, though, the situation seemed that it was finally about to change. An unexpected ship appeared over the horizon, and an even more unexpected person stepped out. The young woman was gorgeous beyond words and perfect beyond description. Cynthia Omen, the scorned queen beauty, stepped through the air, fluttering down with gentle steps. The entire world seemed to fall into silence. Chapter 1916, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:46 and 49 seconds a.m. Chapter 1916. Go if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, Cynthia fluttered down like a fairy, her presence among the only ones that could match and even faintly suppress the demi-goddess. Even with her age, it was impossible to find a single flaw, and even with her somewhat negative title of Scorned Queen Beauty, not a single soul thought less of her. However, it was unknown if this was because she was simply that perfect, or if it was because the man who had tainted her reputation was so entirely irreproachable. The story of the scorned Queen Beauty was one that had set the human domain ablaze all those years ago. Velasco had ruined his fair share of beauties in his youth, and had infuriated even more families and organizations as a result. Whether it was the backing of the beauties themselves or the backing of the young man who had lost the race for her, it could be said that he had enemies everywhere. If it wasn't for his absolute strength, even the Morales family would simply be unable to protect him. Even so, compared to all the others, the scorned Queen Beauty was an especially tragic one. If there was any female counterpart to Velasco, it was Cynthia Oman. She was unmatched by all except Velasco. Even the likes of Montez couldn't last more than a handful of exchanges with her. Ever since they were born and grew old enough to walk, most were entirely unable to mention Velasco without mentioning Cynthia. Even when Velasco ruined his first segment of beauties, no one batted an eye, assuming that he would end up with the pure and perfect Cynthia in the end regardless. Some were enraged with Velasco for forcing Cynthia to deal with such humiliating rumors about her future husband's lack of discipline, and no small number of battles had been triggered as a result of this. Even so, Cynthia had never said anything about it, silently waiting. And then, that day seemed to have come. Everything was prepared. The perfectly matched couple would finally come together. But it never happened. Before the wedding was meant to take place, Ishmael Morales died. What happened in between is unknown, but by the next time others heard of Velasco's wife, that title was no longer attached to Cynthia, but was rather attached to an unknown and somewhat ordinary genius of the Void Palace, an inconspicuous young woman from a sixth-dimensional family, Eleanor. The human domain entered a state of uproar, and the title of Scorned Queen Beauty was born. Seeing her fluttering down now, though, no one thought that this was a tragic beauty. This was a woman half the powerhouses of the human domain wanted, a beauty that most didn't even dare to have such thoughts of. Cynthia's body came to a pause in the air, her lovely blue eyes scanning the region for a moment. Her expression didn't seem to give anything away, and despite the fact she was already within the range of the suppression, her body didn't so much as sway. If it was not for the fact her robes clung to her curves just the slightest hint more, it would have been impossible to guess that she had entered range at all. Suddenly, Cynthia extended a slender finger and tapped at the air. Whoosh! Alejandro's eyes snapped open instantly, but it was already too late. A complex formation that had once been invisible suddenly appeared before the eyes of everyone. Cynthia pressed a finger down and touched a rune. At that moment, all iterations of that rune shone with a bright light, shimmering like miniature suns. A surging aura rose from Cynthia's live body, causing harsh winds to pick up. Those still sitting on their pillars, and even many spaceships hovering around planet Morales trembled. Countless faces paled, and even Alejandro's brows shot up. This wasn't the aura of a seventh-dimensional expert. She had already entered the eighth dimension. Cynthia dragged her finger across, shifting the position of the runes ever so slightly. Bang! The formation crumbled, bursting into a rain of shards of light. In that instant, the pressure everyone had been experiencing vanished. Cynthia floated forward through the shards as though she hadn't done a thing, landing on an 80-kilometer pillar without a word and taking a seat. Alejandro's lip couldn't help but twitch. She could have taken an 80-kilometer pillar just as easily with or without destroying the pressurizing formation, and yet she had chosen this path anyway. The wrath and pettiness of a scorned woman knew no bounds, and Alejandro knew better than to say anything. Even Vanuzzi Leo, who would usually be laughing at the Morales family's misfortune at this point, didn't dare to say a single thing. Alejandro exhaled a breath, and here he thought that the only one of that generation who could have possibly reached that level already was Velasco. It seems that it was not a coincidence that they're always attached at the hip in their youth. Shaking his head, Alejandro smiled bitterly inwardly. What happened next would be far more annoying because of the actions of this scorned beauty. Almost as though on cue, boom, a warship double the size of a planet appeared over the horizon. On the bow of the ship, several white-robed fingers stood, the echo of sword howls sweeping over planet Morales. Boom! Another warship, just as large and just as looming, appeared. On the bow, men and women with bows striped across their chests stood in silence, the howl of bow force echoing over the planet. Go! Two young men glided forward. Compared to the others present, they're clearly out of place and were without a doubt members of Lionel's generation. The bow deity, Nazag Terius. The sword deity, Amory Suyard. The goal of the Terius and Suyard families was clear and obvious, and Cynthia's actions had allowed it to happen. The Morales had sent forward a junior that was young that 99% of those there, so they would send a pair even younger than that. Not only would this clearly knock the Morales down a pair, it would make their attempt to protect Lionel feel far more glaring than it should have. Chapter 1917, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:46 and 38 seconds a.m. Chapter 1917. Reel if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. The two young men seemed to ride a wave of weapon force, landing on their pillars with a bang. Despite the seniority of those around them, their visages were the picture of indifference. It was clear at a glance why they were chosen to carry the future of their families. Alejandro didn't bother to close his eyes once again, and he had long since regained his composure. He angled his head to the skies, seemingly waiting to see if anyone else would appear. This was unlikely. Whether it was the Void Palace or Shield Cross Stars, they were both committed to neutrality, and everyone else of note was already present. Plus, the Void Palace wasn't made up of families and organizations like this, while Shield Cross Stars, although they were very invested in not placing any sort of nepotism front and center for obvious reasons. It seems like everyone is here, Alejandro said lightly. Although his voice was soft, it easily traveled to everyone. The purpose of this gathering is to discuss the finalized rules of the Air Wars. However, Alejandro's gaze flashed with lightning, the clouds above darkening. The Morales family and I, as their patriarch, would like to make something very clear first. First, Earth has never been our target. The secrets of the Morales family are beyond your understanding. And if you think that the hot blood that runs through our veins is capable of taking advantage of a fledgling world which is yet to be capable of standing on its own 2 feet. Crack! Boom! Arcs of lightning flashed across the skies, a suffocating boom echoing through all their hearts and pressing down on their hearts. Then you're assigning too much of your inferiority toward us. Alejandro's gaze flashed like lightning. Second, the Morales family, and I don't give a damn whether you believe us or not. We have never needed your acknowledgement, nor will we ever need it. If you think you forced our hand by causing this change in the Air Wars, you're nothing short of mistaken, and in the worst case, foolish. We do not need subliminal messaging, nor do you need to read between the lines with us. There is one and only one reason for these Air Wars. And that's as a reminder to you all that the dignity of the Morales family cannot be infringed upon. For the sake of the human domain and the dangers that it is facing, we've decided to keep this small reminder on a stage the younger generation can claim. But this is the one and final warning we will give you all. If you insist on pressing forward, thinking that numbers will oppress us and force us to take a step back, we will see what happens first. Whether the Morales will destroy the human domain first, or if outsiders will. Feel free to take your pick, and while you're at it, be sure to understand your limits. The crackle of thunder continued to echo, and Alejandro's voice had gone from a light whisper to a booming cadence. Those from lesser families couldn't help but pale considerably. They had always heard that the Morales were a group of madmen, but never had they expected that they would rather war against the whole human domain than lower their heads. This was the final line the Morales were drawing. There wouldn't be a second. Alejandro grinned a malevolent grin, suddenly unable to control his true self. The pressure of so many families sitting around him made his blood boil, his spear force threatening to rage out of control. Even an eighth-dimensional expert had appeared. How could his blood not be alive? If it's up to me, I hope you don't know what's good for you. My blade has been sheathed for too long. At that moment, a figure rose up from the ground, landing by Alejandro with a light cough and patting his shoulder. Adderworth smiled lightly. Sorry, everyone, my father's temper has been the best recently. His words are correct, though it's best that we keep this to the younger generation. The patience of the older is much more limited. Adderworth swept a gaze across everyone present. Truthfully, those words were the main reason we invited you all here. The Morales truly do not fear anyone, and we do not change our plans for the sake of the pressure of outsiders. I, as the eldest brother of a Nova generation, speak for my brothers when I say whether you all participate or not makes little to no difference. Our real competition was ourselves to begin with. The rules of the gathering will be the same as it always has been, and you all can experience what every generation of Morales has experienced. If you do not like the rules, feel free to complain, though those complaints will likely fall of deaf ears. If there's nothing else, I will go about explaining what these rules are. After I am finished, we'll construct an official list of participants that cannot and will not be changed after we all leave here today. Adderworth seemed to gain the initiative back for the Morales family. At this point, if anyone asked for rule changes, it would seem as though they're asking for leniency compared to what the Morales family juniors usually experienced, and they would only end up humiliating themselves. But at the same time, if the Morales family's rules weren't strict enough to begin with, then exposing these rules after so much bloviating now would only give rise to them to smack their own faces. At this point, everyone had to put their best foot forward, with failure costing them endless humiliation. Adderworth's smile, though, seemed to make it clear that he was quite confident in this regard. Good. They'll begin to explain now. As always, the Morales family's air wars will take place in the war zone, a space constructed and reset every generation by Ancestor Hugo. The main fixture of this world is that for its residents and the general world, time moves 100 times faster than normal. Although this space is virtually constructed, the danger, injuries, and death are very much real. Chapter 1918, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:50 and 31 seconds a.m. Chapter 1918. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button, and again. Chapter 1918. Door frame Prev. Chapter Lionel leaned on a door frame, his expression hard to read. On a bed with a young girl slept soundly. Well, he still saw her as a young girl anyway. In reality, her age was probably almost double his by now. However, considering her naivete, he really couldn't look at her any other way. This young girl was none other than little Nana. It had been years since Lionel had seen her last, even if he disregarded the over 20 years he had missed out on. She had grown into a woman now, but her mind didn't seem to have changed very much. Lionel's emotional intelligence was quite high, but when it came to real psychological theories, his understanding was limited. This was why he had left the raising of Candle and Vice to Y-Star Order, despite the inherent danger that came with it. Back then, Nana hadn't even been 10 years old, if you remembered correctly, but she had gone through something that could only be said to be traumatic. It wasn't too surprising for her to carry lingering scars from back then, and the fact that she still seemed to be obsessed with him only went to further prove this. Yes, he had saved her life when all hope had seemed lost, but that didn't seem like enough for a woman who was almost 40 years old now to still be clinging to him, especially when he was certain that little Nana's life was filled with blood and carnage. It was just odd. Nana's pearly blue eyes suddenly snapped open, and she shot up, her head snapping from left to right until she suddenly noticed Lionel standing at the door. Her gaze lit up for a moment, but when she noticed the sternness of Lionel's expression, they dimmed almost immediately. She looked down as though she had done something wrong, and she found it difficult to look up again. Lionel sighed, moving toward the young woman and taking a seat at the edge of the bed. Nana, you understand that we stand on two opposing sides of a war, right? Lionel had thought a lot about how he would approach this conversation. The smart thing to do would be to toss Nana into a dungeon along with anyone else who had survived and call it a day. However, he couldn't bring himself to do so. Nana's small mouth opened a few times, but nothing came out. Not everything will go your way. Sometimes everyone works inside the gray, and there are no heroes or villains. The ultimate choice with what you do with your life depends on you. You have parents, you have a family, you have many who care for you. There will probably come a time where I won't be able to be so lenient. Do you understand me? Nana still couldn't seem to make sound, so she nodded, her tears falling like a string of crystal beads. Lionel nodded lightly. I have no choice but to keep you here. If you can escape, that will be up to your skill, but it won't be aided by me. Lionel stood to his feet and walked toward the exit of the room. But even after he made it to the threshold, Nana still hadn't done anything. He sighed and shook his head. That could be considered to be Nana's last chance of escaping. Here, with just the two of them, overpowering him wouldn't be all that difficult for her, especially considering her ability index. But she was still too indecisive to act. Lionel left and closed the door behind him, sealing it with a powerful force art. His current morality was hard to pin down, maybe even for him, but he simply acted as he pleased. He felt gross taking advantage of a little girl's trauma to gain an advantage over her, so he had given her a chance. Since she didn't want to take it, his conscience was clear and his heart was light. With long strides, Lionel entered the dungeon of the flagship. As a war machine designed to be used by the highest echelons of the seventh dimension, it was unsurprising that their dungeons were incredibly robust. It would probably be difficult even for an expert of the eighth dimension to escape, though very much possible. As for those beneath that realm, there was likely no chance at all. Soon, Lionel stood across from a chained Adrin. He was in a much less comfortable position than his little sister, but Lionel did not feel the need to treat him very well just because of who he was related to. The two of them owed each other nothing. In fact, if there was anyone who owed the other anything, it was Adrin who owed him. Lionel pulled up a stool. Why don't you tell me what you know about the four great families? Lionel uttered with a smile. Adrin looked toward Lionel with a pair of piercing blue eyes. His wrists were chained above his head, and basically the only thing keeping him alive was the steady stream of force being pumped into him through them. Even if he wanted to starve to death, he couldn't. On the bright side, these dungeons were so rarely used that they're practically spotless. No answer. Lionel chuckled and didn't seem to mind. The souls of the four Brazingers that Aina was torturing were still there. He could go and retrieve them any time, and there would be no escaping for them. This meant that he would get information he wanted one way or another. Lionel had already gained a lot from Simeon, but the problem was that the latter's standing was too low. He wondered if Adrin would know more or not. I heard that you four families have quite the feud with my Fox family, and even my Northern Star lineage. It could be said they were destined to be enemies, no? Adrin's pupils constricted. It's quite embarrassing for families that are so powerful, still scared of two lineage factors that barely have any remnants remaining. Do not you think it's a bit embarrassing? Chapter 1919, published at 8th of June, 2023, 9:50 and 31 seconds. Chapter 1919, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. Chapter 1919, what do you know? Previous chapter Drin's expression darkened. You have no idea what you're talking about. You have no idea how cruel those two lineage factors are, how much harm they've caused to the world. They don't deserve to exist. Adrin realized that his emotions were more easily agitated than they should have been, but he shrugged this feeling off quite quickly. His people had died. The status of his sister was unknown. He had been chained like a beast, and now he was being interrogated by someone with the most annoying smile he had seen in his life. He had the right to be pissed off. Lionel pursed his lips and nodded. The Northern Star lineage factors can get quite sinister, and controlling the dead after their death is definitely quite horrible. I can see how you could reach that conclusion. I don't really see how that's any worse than epigenetics and public torturing and executing innocents. just because you think they fell in love with the wrong person, though. If you ask me, the tools of those lineage factors might seem cruel on the surface, but their evil is ultimately decided by the person controlling them. But for you all, what's your excuse exactly? You just really like your blue hair? God forbid you end up with black hair. That would make you far too normal. Adrin grit his teeth, his eyes going red, but he didn't know how to respond. He knew that Lionel was referring to what happened to Anna's parents, but the Brazinger family wasn't the only one that had done such cruel things. In order to keep their bloodlines pure and within their control, all four families had done horrible things in the past. Nothing to say. Interesting. Lionel nodded again. What confuses me, though, is that you know the Emperor's might lineage factor is in my hands, and yet you still want to resist. That's a bit silly, don't you think? Adrin shivered from head to toe. He had never seen that lineage factor in action, but he had read and heard enough about it. It had a huge taboo attached to it, and struck fear in countless races. He didn't want to end up like one of those puppets, being forced to smile, nod, and dance for the man who had killed him in the first place for all of eternity. Suddenly, Adrin snapped out of it, shaking his head from side to side vigorously. He grit his teeth and eventually sneered. Nice try. Just because you have the lineage factor doesn't mean you understand its secrets. It took countless generations to create those techniques. I don't believe you have them. The tablets have. You mean this? A golden tablet appeared in Lionel's hand. Interesting, so you do know about these. Then do you know what's the difference between this and this one? Lionel brought out the silver tablet right afterward. Adrin's trembling grew to the point he began to hyperventilate. The fear buried in the depths of his heart was so great that he couldn't even look at the tablets anymore, closing his eyes as tightly as he could. It would be a fate worse than death to end up in Lionel's hands. He couldn't, hey. Lionel's voice echoed with a mysterious power, snapping Adrin awake. If you understand the kind of situation you're in, then answer my questions obediently. I don't have the time to baby you. This. Adrin's chest heaved. Lionel had forcefully stopped his panic attack with a shout. He didn't even know how to process that. The silver tablet, what is it? Lionel asked coldly, his smile vanishing. He had suddenly gone from someone hoping for answers to someone who was demanding them. The change caused the air to be caught in Adrin's throat, and the pressure forced him to answer almost immediately. I don't know. You don't know? Lionel raised an eyebrow. I only know that it's an opportunity that happens here. Here, Lionel frowned. What's that supposed to mean? I don't know, I really don't know. My standing in the Aderna family is lower than you think. Even Simeon has a higher standing than I do. It's just that his needy talent placed him near my level. If not for my sister, I would not even be as powerful as I am now, at least not so quickly. What do you know about it? They're gateways. No, they're keys. I'm not sure. It's one or the other or both. Gateways. Keys. They're shortcuts, right? Shortcuts. All I know is that they're created with a strong concentration of time force and dream force. Time force and dream force. Yes, it's the strongest force in all of existence, infinity force. The only force that can match it is anarchic force. Lionel fell into silence. How does infinity force relate to breaking force? Infinity force is all forces, and all forces are infinity force, just the same way anarchic force swallows all forces. So this silver tablet gives access to infinity force. It's silver, so it only gives a portion. There are gold shortcuts? I'm not sure, but even if it was gold, it would not give perfect access to infinity force. Infinity force is too powerful to be used by any creature. What are the abilities of this silver tablet, then? It should be able to help you to progress faster. It breaks bottlenecks for you and can give you enlightenment in exchange for energy. However, the silver tablet only works up to the perfection of the seventh dimension. It can also act as a second life, so long as you are beneath the eighth dimension. Lionel looked down at the silver tablet. It seemed that shortcut was, indeed, an appropriate name. He had known about this ability of the silver tablet. In fact, he had made use of it before. It was thanks to it that he went from Tier 1 to Tier 9 of the fifth dimension of his metal body back then. Without it, he would not have been able to win that fight against those six-dimensional powerhouses that were targeting Earth. However, he hadn't used it since then because relying on it made future breakthroughs much more difficult. Luckily, absorbing those demon force pills had allowed him to perfect his foundation and deal with the lingering issues. He was hesitant to use it again for those reasons. What do you know about force manipulation? Chapter 1920, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:55 and 4 seconds a.m. Chapter 1920. Tell me if audio player doesn't work. Press stop, then play button. Again, Adrin trembled when he heard this question, looking toward Lionel with a wide gaze. Force manipulation wasn't something widely spoken about. It was a secret even more closely held than the existences of the Emperor's might and Northern Star lineage factors. Of course, the reason for this was because those two lineage factors were considered taboos, and as such the legend of them was spread only for the sake of disparaging the families that had once used them. But even so, this was the reality. Most beneath a certain standard only stumbled onto force manipulation through anecdotes and countless years of training. However, the true and systematic methods were only held in the hands of a very select few, and maybe only the spirituals could boast having any sort of methods that was anywhere near complete. Lionel's gaze narrowed when he saw Adrin's reaction. In truth, he had guessed much of what Adrin was thinking of right now, and there was a very simple reason for that. In the Cataclysm Zone, he had seen all sorts of treasures that could be exchanged for, even to the point of laying eyes on the Emperor's Might Golden Tablet, but not once had he seen anything even remotely refer to force manipulation. On the one hand, it was possible that the zone was just incomplete. It was a zone, after all, so it was possible that it wasn't a supremely perfect representation of reality. With something as hard to emulate as force manipulation, it made sense if it wasn't all that easy for it to be replicated. If zones relied on dream force to build everything, it would eventually have a limit. It had to be remembered that dream force was a force itself, obviously. It was one thing to emulate other forces at lower resolutions or weaker states, but if it was tasked with emulating other forces at their very best, which is exactly what force manipulation represented, it would no doubt reach a bottleneck it couldn't pass through, a bottleneck that would only become more stringent the more powerful the force was. This explanation had been good enough for Lionel to accept back then, good enough that it didn't bother him too much. However, there had always been a second explanation lingering in the back of his mind, and that was that force manipulation was a secret. While it was impossible to stop geniuses from stumbling onto methods to better control their force, so long as there was a tacit suppression of information about such methods generally speaking, disallowing the sharing of such methods, it would be fairly easy to suppress. Lionel had always had a theory brewing in mind, one that he only confirmed further as he gained more split minds. The difference between humans and apes of third-dimensional Earth were only partial percentages of DNA. If you dropped an ape in the middle of a forest and did the same with a human, their difference in intelligence wouldn't be meaningful enough that their quality of life would be drastically different. What truly separated humans was the ability to communicate. Thanks to this evolution, humans were able to stack their small advantage in intelligence through the generations. With each small advancement an individual made, large numbers of the race benefited, until eventually humans pulled so far ahead of animals that they painted the illusion that they were infinitely more intelligent. When you take that advantage and you suffocate it, what would happen? The result would be what was seen with force manipulation. You would have sporadic geniuses here and there, but with no ability to communicate and share insights, all advancement would stall with the end of said genius life, and then the next genius would have to start all over. It was akin to Isaac Newton never sharing his invention of calculus, and everyone having to deduce it on their own. Imagine a world where instead of calculus having been an annoying middle to high school level subject, it was instead a thesis one aspired to. The difference was akin to night and day. The question then was why? But that answer was even more obvious. Force manipulation was force multiplier, not in the sense of energy, but rather a general sense. The only way for those born with weaker talent to catch up to those with stronger talent was through force manipulation. With the selfishness of the four great families, how could they possibly allow those beneath them to have a chance to rise up? The Cobra demon that Lionel had faced was the perfect example. He had been an exceptionally weak demon to start, and the forces he used weren't particularly impressive either, but he was so powerful that Lionel, even given all his talent, couldn't last even a single exchange against him and had to be eaten alive just to stand a chance. This was what force manipulation did. One's raw talent was almost entirely decided by their bloodline and lineage. It was something that could be easily controlled and assessed. While ability indexes were a potential variable, it was likewise difficult to maximize them without force manipulation and could have their effects dampened as a result. The obsession the four great families had over maintaining their lineage and purity was clear and obvious, and now there seemed to be a more tangible reason why. The trouble was that force manipulation relied on inspiration and intelligence, two things that were far more difficult to control for. Even for families at this level, accounting for the complexity of the human brain was almost impossible. Suddenly, Lionel's gaze flickered as a spark flew in his dreamscape. He suddenly remembered how cheap the Dream Force items were in the treasure exchange. Could that be a coincidence? If there was one variable that perfectly correlated with intelligence, it was Dream Force affinity. Could there be a power that was attempting to undermine the four great families through the use of Dream Force? Lionel's finger tapped at his knee as he fell into deep thought. Things were rarely ever so simple. It would be foolish to draw such a conclusion now. With that thought, he looked up. You clearly know something, so let's not waste time, okay? Tell me what you know. Chapter 1921, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:55 and 3 seconds a.m. Chapter 1921, even. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. The beads of sweat poured down Adrin's brow. If others learned that he told outsiders about this, his death would be practically guaranteed. He wasn't even worthy of having this information, but his little sister had reached a level of status where it was tacitly allowed for her to bring this information back to her bloodline. Due to this, he had benefited. The reality was that the true name of this principle wasn't even force manipulation. It was just that the moment Lionel had said those words, he understood exactly what he was referring to. This was inevitable. Lionel had deduced the existence of force manipulation himself. So he had also, of course, named it himself. He originally hadn't expected Adrin to know what he was talking about at all, but it seemed that he was right to ask. Lionel leaned back in his chair, patient. Adrin wasn't going anywhere, and there was only one path forward for him. There was nothing that the latter could say to get out of this. Adrin took a deep breath. They call it dimensional layering or dimensional folding. According to what I know, the true reason we call our progress dimensions is because of the existence of dimensional layering and the principles behind it. It's said that worlds fundamentally change after crossing into the fourth heaven and gain force, which fundamentally changes the laws of physics. But the reality is that even in its infancy and before a metamorphosis, force exists. The trouble is that it exists in folds of reality that aren't perceptible. With the way they layer, they can't interact with the real world, and worlds at and below the third dimension are water to their oil. Lionel frowned. There are worlds beneath the third dimension? Yes. The first dimension is known as the impetus of creation. Some believe it's God. Some believe that it's the Big Bang. Some others have any number of other theories and explanations for what it might be. Ultimately, it's just the moment right before existence comes to be. The second dimension is known as the impetus of life. It's said that this is a reality that only the regulator can exist within. The impetus of life is both an instant of time and an infinite strength of time. It both touches a moment in time and all moments in time. It's a single line that wraps around all things that are, have been, or ever will be. Lionel's gaze narrowed. From the very beginning, the impetus of creation, force exists. When a third dimension forms, it can begin to slowly unfurl itself. When the fourth dimension descends, it matures and fully unfurls itself. Lionel's frown deepened. Fully, Adrin nodded somewhat nervously. Depending on the strength of a force, it will climb onto dimensional layers as though it was scaffolding. The stronger the force, the more scaffolding it needs and the more layers it will stretch into. The process of dimensional folding is taking the complex folds of a force, untangling it, and layering such that it could be used with less and less scaffolding. This is the best way to strengthen your force, and the only method of making a weaker force stronger than a more powerful force. The other way of doing it is making your body stronger scaffolding, Lionel muttered, seemingly not needing Adrin's confirmation. Adrin trembled once again before he sighed. This was the difference between someone with talent and someone without it. He had had all of this explained to him, but Lionel didn't even need him to finish. Indeed, there were two ways of strengthening your force. The first was through dimensional folding, or decreasing the amount of scaffolding your force needed to function. The second was through normal practicing. By strengthening your body, you gave your force more scaffolding to work with, and thus made it functionally stronger. However, this method required you to have great talent. Otherwise, you would eventually run into a bottleneck where progress became impossible. This was why it was called dimensions. You were using your body as a proxy for something your force manipulation should be doing, and as such, you were missing out on a lot of strength. And of course, the best results would occur when you did both at once, and best of all when you used the two in a feedback loop of sorts. Lionel had a feeling that leaning into force manipulation would open a path to breaking through bottlenecks you would otherwise lack the talent to make it through. Lionel felt his entire perspective changing. He wasn't strengthening his forces, he was just bringing them back to their origin. The more of them he understood, the easier he could fold them, and the more of them he folded, the more of its power he could use with less scaffolding, and thus the more powerful his output would be. The more powerful the force he was working with, the more effort he needed to put into folding it. Scarlet Star Force was a ninth-dimensional force, so it needed all 9-dimensional layers to unfurl itself. If Lionel wanted to shrink what it needed, he would have to truly extend himself. Snow Force was just a 6-dimensional force, so it only needed 6-dimensional layers to unfurl itself. As such, it took less effort to fold it. This was a simplified version, but Lionel felt that he was missing something. That was because despite the fact he was already in the 6th dimension, he still felt that there was quite a bit more powerful to extricate from Snow Force. That was when Lionel's gaze suddenly blazed to life. He understood. The first dimension was the impetus of creation. The second dimension was the impetus of life. What had Adrin said about the latter? He had said that it was both one instant and all instants, a line that touched all things. How could a single human body match this level of grandeur? Thinking of the dimensional levels as perfectly analogous to real dimensions was the wrong way of thinking. They were at most approximations. The more talented you were, the better your approximation, but Lionel didn't believe any normal living being could ever match existence. That was simply impossible. Ultimately, the body would forever be limited by the third dimension. Alone, it could not access the more fundamental dimensions. Even the regulator could not return to the first dimension. While you could rely on your body and affinities as an approximation, the only way to truly match the grandeur of the dimensional verse was to fold your force, was to reach a point where your force manipulation reached this untouchable level, a level only the regulator could exist within, and maybe ultimately a level even the regulator could not reach. Chapter 1922, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:54 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 1922, 1922 states, if audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button. Again, 1922 states. Adrin fell into silence. The glow in Lionel's gaze was almost blinding. He could practically see the thoughts flying behind it. Currently, Lionel was doing something most couldn't fathom. He was restricting his entire thought process and flipping his former ideologies on their heads. While it was possible that Adrin's explanations were limited and incomplete, Lionel felt that they were very close to the reality, so much so that he acted on them almost immediately. With the shift in ideology, Lionel could almost feel his body becoming lighter and stronger. Even without new comprehensions, he felt that the road forward was clearer, and his comprehension of the runes he had grasped shifted and changed, becoming stronger. The ninth-dimensional complete runes that were within his innate node now only represented superficial scaffolding. If he really wanted to make perfect use of them, he had to comprehend them and then shrink them until only one simple rune remained, the very rune that would have been the impetus of creation for this force. The glow in Lionel's eyes slowly faded, but the sharpness within them didn't vanish entirely. His gaze shifted, landing on Adrin. Tell me what else you know. I only know the general path, but it's all very vague and I don't have in-depth information about any of it. That's fine, just explain. The first dimensional fold level is the unfurled state. Usually, it's only attainable by either reaching the equivalent dimension of your force's grade, having an equivalent dimensional grade affinity, forming a star with it, or by having an innate node, though the latter three often come hand in hand. Only when you have full access to your force can the next step begin. Lionel listened intently, his gaze focused. It seemed that even if you wanted to take the route of force manipulation to make up for your lack of talent, you still had to reach a certain level first. But then again, there was nothing stopping you from choosing to focus on a fourth-dimensional force in the beginning, and then switching to a related force in the future. That way, you would always be able to keep up with those in your generation. Lionel didn't know it, but he had just casually thought of something quite profound. The foundation of this thought would result in many changes in the future. To step beyond the unfurled state is something that most will never accomplish in their lifetimes. It takes a certain level of genius to take even half a step out of it, let alone stepping out entirely. Lionel chuckled. Is that what they told you? Adrin froze when he heard this, looking into Lionel's eyes. If it was really so difficult, why would they put so much effort into hiding it? I bet if you told 10 people these methods, 7 or 8 of them will be able to make it out. Whether they'd be able to make it further, though. Suddenly, Adrin felt a light of hope. Indeed, that was something they had told him. But if it was so difficult, this sort of secrecy wouldn't be necessary. It seemed that despite tacitly allowing his knowledge of this matter, they still took the steps to dampen his spirits, and he had fallen for it so easily. Adrin seemed to relax, the resistance he had had against Lionel seemingly vanishing into thin air. Beyond the unfurled state is what's known as the layered state. Depending on the level of the force, it will have more or less of these layered states, and also depending on its strength, moving through these layers will give you varied results. The number of layers is dependent on the difference between your force's dimensional grade and the sixth dimension. Forces at and lower than the sixth dimension all have just a single layer. For every step above the sixth dimension, there is an additional layer for a maximum of 4-dimensional layers at the ninth dimension. Lionel raised an eyebrow. Why the sixth dimension? These are details I do not know. But there should be something special about the sixth and ninth dimensions, respectively. It's likely related to the fact life starts at the third dimension. The fourth dimensional layer, unique to ninth dimensional forces, is also unique as well. And these things are probably related. It's probably more accurate to say that there are 3 potential layers and a 4th bonus layer, known as the transcendent layer. But my sister only vaguely told me about these things, as she doesn't understand the details either. Either way, the 6th dimension is the first hallmark, and the 3rd dimension is the second. The first state is the unfurled state, the second is the layered state, and the third is the impetus state. You're probably right about them fooling me with the truth of the unfurled state, but according to my little sister, she has only ever heard of eighth-dimensional existences even getting close to the impetus state. And reaching the impetus state is the requirement to enter the ninth dimension. Lionel nodded slowly. Returning your force to the third dimension was technically the theoretical limit of humans and all races in general. The foundation of the body was rooted in the third dimension, and building began from there, so the impetus state could be considered the perfect stage. With the layered state, it depends, but usually only absolute geniuses, seventh-dimensional experts would reach perfection. Of course, reaching perfection varies depending on the force in question. Normally, just being in the layered state at all and taking a step or two makes you elite within the seventh dimension. If you reach the half-step layered state, or in other words, take a half step out of the unfurled state, you should be considered among the 1% of the 1% of the sixth dimension. This is about the general difficulty. As for beyond that, it's basically unheard of. They call them the life state and finally the creation state, as you've probably guessed. They're related to the second dimension and first dimension respectively. There is probably no one who has entered the creation state. As for the life state, there is probably only a handful of existences even within the four great families. In fact, if I had to guess, there's probably only one per family. As for the creation state, the only existences who stand a chance are probably in the spiritual race. No other race stand a chance. Lionel's gaze practically shone. Chapter 1923, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 54 seconds a.m. Chapter 1923. 1923 states if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 1923 states Lionel exhaled as he finished restructuring his approach. His dream world shifted and became more complex, his simulations becoming more perfect as his comprehension of the dimensions deepened. At that moment, a surge of star force rotated around Lionel. Although it seemed like he was still talking to Adrin, with every moment, he seemed to improve by leaps and bounds. Although this didn't cause huge, fundamental changes to his overall strength, the bottlenecks that lay ahead of him seemed to unlock one after another, loosening as though a zipper being separated. A sense of enlightenment hovered above Lionel's head, and his comprehension of the sixth-dimensional layer of dimensional cleanse accelerated until suddenly he grasped it all. He had yet to even practice the sixth-dimensional layer, and yet it was suddenly all so clear to him. At the same time, he caught a faint look at the seventh-dimensional layer, deducing its earlier portions vaguely despite having never laid eyes on it before. Lionel's hair fluttered. Despite sitting in place and never moving, Adrin suddenly found it difficult to focus on his figure. Lionel seemed both there and not there at all, as though he had entirely fused into the world. The cognitive dissonance between what his eyes were seeing and what his senses could track made him dizzy. He was forced to blink several times, but even then he couldn't seem to get rid of that feeling. Lionel didn't notice Adrin's oddity at all, or rather he was simply not paying attention to it as he continued to deduce. Vital star force should be in the unfurled state. Lionel felt that he was close to taking a half step out of the unfurled state with his vital star force, but he wasn't quite there yet. This somewhat surprised him. He thought he had made great progress with it, especially after scanning the mantra and rebuilding his divine armor. But it seemed that he had made an incorrect assumption. He still had a small way to go. If he had to pin it down, if the unfurled state was separated into lower, middle, perfect, and finally half step, he was currently at perfect. His fire force, in general, was at a half-step layered state, a step above his vital star force. However, his scarlet star force was, once again, at the perfect unfurled state. This had little to do with his own advancement and was entirely related to his innate nodes. With them, he had practically always been at this level. Of course, that was if he circulated his scarlet star force through his innate nodes first. This went to show just how difficult it was to dimensional fold ninth-dimensional forces. But now that his approach had changed, Lionel felt that the path forward was much clearer. What surprised him even further was that his void star force was also in a perfect, unfurled state. He had formed 2 stars with them, so this made sense according to the information that Adrin had given him. But something felt off. The Scarlet Star Force I use for my innate nodes is far more powerful than the Void Star Force I use for my stars. So how are they at the same level? Lionel's gaze narrowed as he looked toward his emulation spatial force innate node, and he noticed the same thing. First layered state. I see. Lionel suddenly understood. The abilities of an innate node were more than he had known previously, but this made sense. Not only did innate nodes give him high affinity, but they also gave a boost to force manipulation. Without his innate node, his emulation spatial force was at half-step layered state, but with it, it crossed the barrier. As for his Scarlet Star Force, it was at the perfect unfurled state, and it inched toward half-step layered state thanks to his innate nodes. And Lionel circulated the force from his much larger innate node, and he felt like he was almost burned up. As expected, not just first layered state, but second layered state. It's actually so much more powerful. If only it didn't also want to kill me. The gap between unfurled and layered was so large that his smaller, innate node couldn't help his Scarlet Star Force cross even a half step. However, his larger innate node was such an anomaly that it crossed not just a half step, but 2 complete steps. As for his emulation spatial force, the reason it was at the first layered state was because Lionel could naturally enter the half-step layered state on his own, and the reason for that was because my dream force, first layered state, already approaching the second layered state of 4. Dream force was a 9th dimensional force, and Lionel's comprehension of it had greatly deepened in recent days. If it wasn't for the fact that dream force was only a small portion of emulation spatial force, with the help of his innate node, he wouldn't just be at the first layered state, he might already be able to use it at the second layered state, and unlike his Scarlet Star Force, wouldn't be trying to kill him. It seemed that the runes on his innate nodes weren't useless. They served a real purpose, but in the end he would still have to ultimately rely on himself. Even so, innate nodes were a huge advantage. Now that Lionel understood dimensional folding and how the process worked, and wasn't moving around blindly, he could use his innate nodes like a guiding light in the dark. Every step forward he took, his innate nodes would show him where to place his foot down next. If he approached things like this, his improvement would be impossibly fast. In fact, he could already feel it. Lionel's gaze flickered and the heat around him suddenly skyrocketed. Adrin inched back in his cell, trying to distance himself, but he still felt as though layers of his skin were being peeled off. Suddenly, the heat vanished entirely, and runes began to dance in Lionel's irises. He could now use his Scarlet Star Force at a half-step layered state level, relying on his smaller innate node. Chapter 1924, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 45 seconds a.m. Chapter 1924. 1924 away. If audio player doesn't work, press stop, then play button again. 1924. Lionel's gaze sharpened as he reeled in his force, controlling it until the heat vanished entirely. According to Adrin, entering the half-step layered state placed him within the top percentile of 6-dimensional existences. However, Lionel didn't know whether this was a measure of the 4 great families alone, or if it was the entirety of the dimensional verse. If it was the 4 great families alone, then it might be slightly more impressive. But if it was the dimensional verse as a whole, this likely meant that there were a few geniuses out there who could defeat him within the 6th dimension. Lionel felt that it was more appropriate to lean toward the latter. As he had deduced earlier, stepping into the layered state wasn't impossible so long as you had the patience and the knowledge. This was why the 4 great families wanted to hide its truth to begin with. This more than likely meant that while it was rare, it wasn't exceptionally so to be at Lionel's level. The only advantage Lionel had was his larger Scarlet Star innate node, which allowed him to touch the second layered state of 4, but using it was like a double-edged blade. At the same time, Lionel understood that in order to reach the level Y-Star Order had spoken about within 100 years and save himself from being devoured by his own innate node, he would need to reach the impetus stage. Only that way could he fully control his innate node. Beyond that would be the cherry on the sundae. Then, how does weapon force fit into all of this? Lionel's gaze narrowed as he focused on his spear force and weapon force, trying to catch a glimpse at something. A mysterious feeling gripping his heart. Suddenly, Lionel's pupils constricted. Second layered state. There was something very special here, though. Observing it with his new perspective, Lionel felt something special. He could suddenly feel the effect his sovereignty had for the very first time. If before it had been an intangible existence, it now felt like a real force he could move and control. This wasn't due to him becoming a true sovereign. If it was, Lionel would have sensed it before. This change had specifically come with his change in perspective. Much like his innate node, his sovereignty seemed capable of increasing his control and extending his dimensional folding ability. This was the most clear with weapon forces because from what Lionel could tell, it was reliant on his current dimensional level. Because he was in the 6th dimension, and his spear force was likewise in the 6th dimension, under his perfect control, he was granted a first layered state. Due to his sovereignty, he was given an entire level more, and thus gained a second layered state. If Lionel entered the 7th dimension right this moment, and his spear force remained in the 6th dimension, it would enter the 3rd layered state. If he was in the 6th dimension and his spear force improved to the 7th dimension, he would fall to the 1st layered state. If he moved into the 7th dimension with his spear force, then it would remain at the 2nd layered state. This was Lionel's general comprehension after some experimentation. He was essentially being forced to balance the quality of his weapon force with his level of control over it. The more he suppressed his weapon force, the greater extent of control his sovereignty would have over it, and thus the higher state he would be able to force his force manipulation into. However, the obvious trade-off was that his weapon force would remain the equivalent of weaker forces. This realization gave a whole new meaning to Nelligan's words previously. What if a suppressor was an individual who understood this fact intimately and chose to purposely suppress their weapon forces so that they could gain greater and greater control over them? If Lionel had maintained his spear force at the 5th dimension, then right now it would be in the 3rd layered state. When he stepped into the 7th dimension, it would enter the 4th layered state. And then finally, when he entered the 8th dimension, he would be able to enter the impetus state and thus reach the requirements necessary for entering the 9th dimension in a single step. Lionel hadn't known this before, but even though he was now aware of it, he didn't regret his decision to form 6th-dimensional spear and bow force. There had to be another way. Lionel didn't believe that this was the only way. He didn't believe that something as fundamental as weapon forces would be limited to such an extent. There was definitely a method of both raising your spear force to the 9th dimension and dimensional folding it down to the impetus state and even beyond. Lionel didn't have any tangible evidence for this, but he believed that such a path had to exist. Lionel suddenly remembered how when he first learned spear force, he had wanted to find his own path, even to the point where he had refused to learn even the names of the higher states of force. Of course, now that he had read through the entire Void Library, this information was impossible for him to have skipped over, but thinking back to that mentality he had, Lionel quite liked it. Suddenly, Lionel pierced out with 2 fingers. The sound of splitting wind echoed, but before it faded, he had already pierced out again. Swift. Lionel's brows trembled. Forceful. His heart skipped a beat. A lund of blood rivers appeared to Lionel's back, his change in aura causing Adrin to bite his lips so hard that he drew blood himself. But this blood, under some sort of odd magnetic force, rushed toward Lionel's pointed finger, turning his spear force scarlet red. But this only lasted for a moment before the world fell into complete silence, a melody played by the beating of Adrin's heart being all that remained. Lionel went through all 3 stages of his grandfather's spear mastery until the final, ultimate step. In that final moment, pushing everything to the limit, his spear force crossed that barrier, transcending the second layered state and entering the third. As expected, there really was a way. Chapter 1925, published at 19th of June, 2023, 10:53 and 44 seconds a.m. Chapter 1925. 1925 choice if audio player doesn't work, press stop then play button again. 1925 choice, a combination of Lionel's personal skill, his personal affinity, and likely his lineage factor gave him access to the first layered state. His sovereignty gave him a step above that, allowing him to enter the second layered state. And finally, perfecting his grandfather's way of the spear gave him an entire level above that, allowing him to enter the third layered state. If Lionel suppressed his spear and bow force from now on, this would mean that he would be able to replicate the feat of those who suppressed their weapon forces at the 5th dimension, but this time with a 6th-dimensional force. This would mean that he would be able to suppress a suppressor with his spear force alone, should they be at the same level. In fact, suppression might be too benign a word to describe the level of advantage Lionel would have. However, Lionel wasn't satisfied with just this alone. If his grandfather's way of the spear was worth an entire state, then if he improved upon it further, there should definitely be more to gain. Lionel had already made progress on the next step, and if he could elevate it to the 4th layered state, there would be another qualitative change. But then what about destruction sovereignty? Lionel tried to access it like he had with his spear and bow force, but for some reason, no matter how much he tried, it was all useless. He couldn't seem to sense it at all, even with the changed state of his mind. He simply didn't have an explanation for it. Lionel sat in silence for a while before he threw it to the back of his mind, beginning to test his weapon forces in other ways. He began to fuse his other forces into it, testing its limits and trying out what differences there might be. He realized quickly that fusing his spear force with forces he had less control over lowered his ability to dimensional fold. Even when he circulated his grandfather's methods, it was impossible to maintain the 3rd layered state. However, it wasn't all bad. Using a higher dimensional force like his Scarlet Star force elevated his spear force that it mitigated the loss in control. The ultimate result was comparable and sometimes even faintly stronger than just relying on a 3rd layered state. This made Lionel even more determined to refine his own way of the spear. A higher force manipulation didn't always make you invincible, though it did go a long way. If you face someone in a higher dimension, using higher dimensional forces, you could still lose. Force manipulation was a force multiplier, but it had its limits. Limits one had to push to the greatest extent to give themselves the best chance to claim victory. Lionel suddenly stood to his feet, exhaling a breath. He still had many questions, but his heart felt light. After some thought, he waved a hand, and the chains binding Adrin's wrists unlocked, though the ones on his ankles remained. Once he was done, he walked away. He had no intention of releasing Adrin anytime soon, but he would allow him to be more comfortable. The information the latter had given him was more valuable than maybe even Adrin himself knew, and it would become the foundation for the nightmare of the 4 great families. Lionel's gaze glowed brighter with every step he took. These air wars would be fun. He wouldn't let anyone stand in the way of him taking over the Morales family. And very soon, no one would be able to stop him from unifying the whole of the human domain and the dimensional verse beyond. A dense purple glow flourished around him. Adderworth finished his explanation, looking forward with a light smile on his face. His expression seemed light and carefree, without the slightest hint of worry. He had explained this quite simply, but the true danger of that realm wouldn't be felt until everyone stepped within. If there's nothing else, then this meeting can be adjourned, Adderworth said with a smile. The air wars will begin a year from now. Adderworth's smile didn't waver after he said this, but the eyes of many narrowed. This time was clearly an attempt to buy time, but with the arrogant momentum of the Morales, no one dared to say anything for now, except the one person who had nearly ruined everything to begin with. A moment. The words seemed to be a request, but the inflection carried an undeniable weight. At the same time, the voice was soft, soothing, and bone-melting, and yet carried a sternness that was impossible to refute. The only person present who could balance such things was the scorned Queen Beauty, Cynthia Omen. Seemingly without a need to wait to make sure others were listening, and her eyes half closed, Cynthia began to speak lightly. A year is excessive. The air wars will decide the direction of the human domain as it faces threats from all sides. Too much can happen in this time. A month is already too long, but I feel that it's the most appropriate given the circumstances. Second, you are free to feel indignant for your treatment, but your indignance is irrelevant to me. The facts as they are laid out seem to bear out that the Morales want a monopoly on Earth. Whether you claim this isn't your intention doesn't matter. This will be functionally the case. I can only speak for myself, but I will be sending participants with the sole purpose of ensuring that one Lionel Morales does not gain control of the Morales family. And should I sense the Morales family pulling strings to ensure his victory, I will act with the appropriate swiftness. I see these air wars as the only method of maintaining the decorum of the human domain and not crippling a family that has existed since our beginning. I hope you can see those efforts and respond in kind. If the Morales family is truly sincere, you would remove the child's right to participate in the first place. If you do that, the Omen family and the Guild Alliance will withdraw from this affair. If you insist on your ways, however, then we can only press forward with this farce, and the Morales will lose a young genius. The choice is yours. After she said these words, Cynthia floated into the skies. She didn't seem to move very fast, and yet, after a single blink, she had already appeared on her own flagship, disappearing a few moments later. When an eighth-dimensional existence spoke, the agreement of others wasn't needed. Her meaning was very clear. Accept her demands, or the Omen family and their alliance would declare war. A cloud of dancing lightning began to slowly manifest above Alejandro's head, his temper threatening to flare out of control. You're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.